as hy sê net, gaan ek my net. Maar hy sê net vir my sê nee, not a chance.
Test. Oh, right. Welcome guys, down here in Virgin Active Paddle Club Epicenter. We are here for the short format tiebreak 10s finals, a full 500,000 Rand prize pool throughout the tournament and 270,000 Rand up for grabs for the winners today. Joining me in the commentary box is Siobhan David. Siobhan, what do we expect to see today?
Thanks, Nick. Expecting to see a little bit of nerves at the beginning. I think the team will ease into it. That all-important rock, paper, scissors duel is underway behind us. Catch us courtside, and we're going to be streaming all day, entertaining you throughout this amazing event.
They need us to the court.
Okay, everyone, the first match of the day. Warm-up is coming to an end. They have a 1-minute call now. It is Smashing Sensations from Pretoria against Afrisote from Johannesburg.
Yeah, we can see here on the close side we have Karen warming up on the right. Across her, that's Tamara. And on the left, Siobhan, we have Simone. And on the near side, we have
Zanal. Zanal on my near left side and Karen on my near right side.
Karen and Zanal for Afrisote from Joburg. And then on the far side, Tamara and Simone for
Smashing Sensations
from Pretoria. I believe the format's staying the same as per the group, the regional stages. We're going to have two ladies games, or sorry, one ladies games, then two mixed games, followed by the men's game, which always becomes an interesting one. Siobhan, just a little bit about on the format today.
Yeah, what's going to be very interesting is to see if any mixed doubles pairs get changed depending on the outcome of the ladies match, or depending on how strong they think they can start, because the start is all important. So many of the fixtures in all the regional matches came down to points difference after there were 2 wins each side. It's going to be very interesting, and we're underway. Karen is serving. That is pure nerves.
100%.
Spoke to Karen, definitely felt excited and nervous at the same time. I think all the players are going to go through exactly the same thing, especially in the early stages.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of nerves here in the first few games. As the nerves start settling, we'll start seeing everyone get into a groove. But I think early on, tactic, beautiful pickup there. Big smash.
Oh, what a point!
What a way to start the
Simone! Those are 100% the points that settle almost everyone's nerves at the same time. But Tamara and Simone would feel really in charge of the match right now.
100%. And I think just from a tactical point of view, a little bit on the nerves, is just to make sure you're keeping the feet moving. Great pick up there, but that just hit the fence. Chef, just that everyone keeps their feet moving.
Yeah.
Everyone makes sure they do the basics correctly, and that should set you up just to get those little points out the way, especially in these early stages.
Ooh, that was a bit nervy from Zanal. I've seen her smash that X3 very easily in previous matches.
Nerves, a big thing. I think also just the short format that Tiebreak 10s brings us, quite an exciting format, but it increases the nerves as a result of every point counts, you know?
Tamara and Simone have settled so quickly into this match. Tamara not going to be very intimidated about those net exchanges. Tamara, racket sport expert in South Africa. She's one of the best tennis players in her prime, still probably to this day one of the best tennis players in South Africa, one of the best pickleball players in South Africa, one of the best paddle players in South Africa. Tamara is an absolute beast when it comes to racket sports. Any exchange, try her at your own peril.
Guys, Simone to serve.
5-0.
Correct.
Oh, the first mistake. If you want to call that a commentator's curse.
Nice one. I guess it is true to a degree. Just obviously again on the formats, it's a tiebreak 2-10. Essentially, well, you'll see the guys switching or the ladies switching
every
after
6 points.
Every 6 points.
Not for any conditions, because we are in an indoor facility, but just to break some momentum, give people a chance to reset.
And I think once the day goes on, when the matches start getting really tight, you'll see the guys, the girls, getting very tactical about those switches.
And there's the smash from Zanal. Been waiting for that. I think that first point is all they needed. We might see a little bit of a comeback now.
Yeah.
Until the point's over, infinite chance to come back in this format.
Corin to serve here at 2-5.
It's a good lob.
Beautiful
Corin
bolt point
actually
there,
mishit that. I think Tamara thought it was going to come much, much harder.
but just a very, very nicely built point.
Yeah,
Obviously,
great point, great
being
point.
down in Cape Town, everyone up in Joburg, the paddle's a lot slower here.
They are playing with brand new Adidas balls, but you can see that it's still much slower than the Joburg people are used to. Oh, Corin with the X3
From the
smashing
right-hand
straight.
side.
Brilliant to see. That really, really helps them. And like I said, that first point really gave them a little bit of breathing space. They feel like they're in the match again.
For sure. And that puts us at 3-5, Siobhan. I think 4-5. I think it is. I think it's currently 6-4. That Pahada just going.
A little bit more about the players. Simone, known for unbelievable movement on the right. She stays so low, engaged with those legs. Corin, one of the most technical ladies in the whole country. She reads the paddle so well. She's extremely, extremely gifted in the actual dynamic. And then, of course, Anal, the absolute powerhouse, such an aggressive player. Such a good matchup to be first on the streaming court. Five, 7.
Yep. Again, swapping sides. 5-7, obviously equaling 12.
Yeah, it's actually nice when it's so fast and frantic. You don't really want to be worrying too much about the score. You want to take every point at a time. Tiebreak 10s have supplied an umpire whose main goal is to just keep the score. Once it gets deep into these matches, it can be sometimes a bit tricky. You can lose track. Brilliant technical shot from Corin. That's what I mean. Corin, one of the most technically gifted players in the ladies division in South Africa.
Tamara to serve there on the far side.
Yes, Tamara.
Big smash by 4 from Tamara.
Tamara standing tall at over 6 foot.
Beautiful Chiquita there from
That
Corin.
was very tempting. I think Tamara could have left that for Simone. Almost gave herself too much to do there.
Yeah.
Maybe aiming a little bit too close to the net.
Just a reminder again, guys, we're down here in Epicenter Paddle, Virgin Active Paddle Club. If you are in the Cape Town area, please come
It's
through
only going to get more exciting from here.
throughout the day.
Plenty of seating available.
And if you're not, stay tuned. We're going to be on the mics for the whole of the day while we see this point build here.
Tamara with the hands. Great block.
A little bit of frustration
Yeah.
there from the net.
Very unlucky with that net cord. That's the format though.
For sure.
Those count a lot.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, that's why
It
we're
always
here.
evens out though. Always evens out.
Unless you were in our game with Randall yesterday. I couldn't stop hitting the net and letting it go over. I think if we had
See,
played
50-50. That's a net
sure.
cord that ends up back on Corin's side.
Oh, great pickup there from Zanal.
Great pickup from Zanal. Unbelievable. And after being 5-1 down, Karen and Zanal with a huge comeback.
Take that tiebreak 10s match points at the end to win 11-9 or 10-8. I speak under correction, but one of the two.
I think it was 10-8. But well done to the AfriSoT team. They start the day off with their first win, and there's only 2 points in it.
Yep. And that's why we're here, Siobhan.
Now onto that first mixed couple.
Waiting patiently to see who's going to send who onto court. We're going to have the guys on each side is LJ and Gustav for Smashing Sensations, and for AfriSoT it's Paul Anderson and Jean-Louis playing for the men's. Okay, and it looks like on the far side we have Simone and Alia playing together for Smashing Sensations
And
from
Paul
Pretoria.
Anderson, Paul the bubble boy Anderson, coming on court for AfriSoT.
Siobhan, let's talk a little bit here. Mixed, lots of tactics coming in, especially playing mixed pairs. What's kind of the main thing we'll be seeing between two mixed pairs on a day like today?
So what we've seen in the tournament, except for the 3 left-handed guys, all the ladies have been playing on the right.
Yes.
So it's very, very often going to be right side to right side, lady against lady, left side against guy. And what we've noticed is a lot of the vibras from the guys going down the line to the ladies, just to put them under a little bit more pressure. What's interesting, Nick, when so much money is on the line, I think how much respect, how much kindness are we going to see from the players when it comes to smashing at the ladies, whether it's the ladies smashing or the guys smashing.
For sure. And I think it's interesting because
These were the Adidas balls, so it is going to be a factor.
Yeah, and the Adidas balls obviously being quite quick. Anyone who's played with them in Joburg know they're ridiculously quick, but let's get to it. Paul Anderson's serve.
Great slow vibora from Paul. When you get that touch and that feel in early on, it really settles the nerves.
For sure.
Not that Paul Anderson feels nerves.
Paul Anderson, obviously, Siobhan, you'll know better than me, but coming from a strong tennis background.
Very strong tennis background.
Just
Paul
misses that
Anderson,
return.
in his vets category, one of the best players in the world. Oh, Zanal takes one to the head. Just strolls over the net as though it was 1 centimeter high.
And that puts us at
that's our
1-2.
Our first body shot of the day. Call that a headshot, actually.
I think definitely.
Alia feeling bad, gives them a point straight back.
That's one of those, definitely wasn't on purpose.
No,
it was
no,
just
no.
a bit of a volley battle and happened to go to Zanal's head, and that puts us at 2-3 to the AfriSoT team. I'd love to know where the AfriSoT team came from.
Half the teams, half the points have been misreturned so far.
Yep. Which obviously in paddle is like a double fault. Great rulo there.
Oh, ball! Just going a little bit too low over the net there. Trying to hit a perfect chiquita. I think someone with the size of Alia don't really have to hit it that low over the net. I think anything that makes him play up doesn't have to be that low.
Yeah, for sure.
Ball though backing his hands. I'm sure he'll get his feel as the day goes on.
And we're sitting at 3-all now. Simone for a next serve. A little bit of inside info. Looks like Alia wants it down the middle, I thought.
Ooh, Paul had the cover. He's telling Zanal very clearly to slow it down, calm down. Zanal is someone who likes to play fast though, and that is her strength. It's going to be interesting to see if she does try to slow it down.
That's 3-4.
Ooh, Paul going for 3 consecutive down the middle shots. Interesting that he didn't go for a lob in any of those shots there.
Interesting as well that he decided not to use the glass, try to speed it up a little bit.
After
But
telling
slow.
Zanal to slow down.
Yeah.
Ooh, Paul was being too nice. I thought he was when he set up there and he dropped his elbow. I really thought he was going to down the middle soft.
Yeah.
And he just nailed it.
And I think
He saw both people come forward. Very clearly, he saw both people come forward. It's great. Great hands battle at the net. And that's what I mean. Alia is so tall that just that small low shot, you see how
Yes.
much he struggled there.
for sure.
Definitely don't want to be lobbing him in those situations.
Yes. Ball going for the hard drive down the middle and just sends it long.
I wonder if he was actually trying for the hard drive down the middle. I'm not sure what happened there. He missed it by a huge margin.
Just on a bit of an interesting tactical point of view here, Siobhan, is what I'm seeing is the lob from Zanal obviously going cross court.
And then they charge.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly that.
So now with a beautiful volley. Once again, a low ball to Alia,
Yeah,
but that was a tough one. That was a tough
good
one.
volley. So what I'm kind of seeing here is they saw that Simone's overhead is going straight into that like no
It has
man's
a lot of
land.
hang time. She's not getting it very
So
low.
if they can get there quick enough, they can block it quite comfortably.
We actually saw so many teams employ that strategy because it's quite nervous. Everyone's
Yes.
nervy, going for higher percentage shots.
From Alia and Simone's point of view, maybe just the tactic is for Simone to look for a little bit more of an angle towards the fence or a little bit more down at the feet. Beautiful volley there from Paul.
Yeah, Simone and Alia just charging on a ball they probably shouldn't have charged for, and as soon as the charge didn't work, they should have recovered back into their ready position. Standing where they stood there just means a lot of trouble if ball gets it past them. Oh, Zanal using the glass so well. So many times we've seen Zanal try to take that on the half volley off the glass. She used the glass well. I hope she doesn't give up on using that glass. But you can definitely clearly see the tactic of lobbing to that side so that Zanal could take the net and deliver smashes just as she did right there. I'm pretty sure that's what Paul's been meaning to do the whole match. Perfectly executed down the middle, low, slow, decent spin. Nice early call from Paul, very good early call from Paul. And throughout the tiebreak 10s, we've seen that down the line vibro as the guys cross. The ladies have to either decide, are they going to stay back and try to use the glass there, but all the ladies that have come forward into that mid-court area have really struggled when the guys have hit that low vibra straight onto the shoelace. So a little bit more about the format. There's 2 groups, and matches count first, then points in an individual fixture. So within this specific tie, absolutely must-win match for the Smashing Sensations, being 2 matches down to Afrisode. And what we've seen is you never know with this format where you're going to lie. So you can't give up in the group stages, because you might have some shock results and then you find yourself in the semi-final.
Yeah, for sure, and I think that's the beauty of it, you know. This tiebreak 10 format gives us that anything can happen idea, short format, exciting, everything to play for, and things go wrong quickly, you know.
We are the 2 guys on court, Jean-Louis and Gustav. Both guys coming on court knowing exactly what they need to do in the context of the tie. I've also noticed that the second mixed couple have a lot more intention. It's now the business end, whether it's 1 match all or 2 matches to one team. The second mixed couple kind of has a very big context behind them when they approach this match. They know exactly how many points or how many matches, or what's required. Basically, just speaking to a lot of the teams, what it comes down to is you don't want to give your guys too much to do in that final match. So if you win the match, you don't want to create too big of a deficit for you guys to have to catch up.
Yes.
If it is 2 matches to 1.
Have Jean-Louis to serve there. That first one just hitting the fence. Beautiful block there from Tamara.
Interesting that Tamara hit that overhead down the line.
Very interesting.
Didn't expect to see that.
I think if she wasn't comfortable with going cross-court, at least the next shots would come to her, and then she's
Yes.
able to play that cross-court shot. And what we also saw there is forcing Jean-Louis to go for the cross and playing that volley that's coming down the middle almost towards Karen's side and just missing there. Also a little bit of nerves with that though.
Yeah. Good setup from Tamara with that volley.
Very good. That puts us at 2-1. 1-2.
Tamara again going down the line on that one. Karen is all the way back. Jean-Louis
Very
held his
interesting.
position.
Very interesting.
Not sure that's the correct tactic from Tamara.
I agree.
With that height and her reach, and I would say much improved techniques since the last time I saw her play, definitely needs to go cross-court to Karen, especially if Karen's all the way at the back.
Especially with that height, she's able to go to the fence quite comfortably. Big smash there from Jean-Louis. Maybe a little bit lucky
I think
to come
he's
off the
maybe
fence,
overcompensating for the altitude low down in Cape Town. Doesn't have to smash that hard
Yeah.
with these balls.
They're going down the middle a little bit more.
Okay, I think Tamara's finding her range. She went down the line 3 times, went down the middle, and now she went 3 times successfully to Karen. I think she just needs to get that angle. Now that she's got it, I don't expect too many more overheads down the line.
Yes. And I think that what's interesting there to see also was Jean-Louis going for that overhead cross court towards the
Oh, of
Tamara
course.
side.
That is a constant theme in the mixed matches that we've seen. We just saw Paul do it multiple times.
Yes. And that was out.
Yeah, definitely.
The only thing I always think about in terms of that is trying not to force it, you know. When that overhead is not on to go cross court when it's a slightly more difficult ball, when you don't have enough time to set up. Just play the ball down the line, down cross court, keep the point going, and don't force it down the line to beautiful Bahara there, slowly down the middle. Catches Gustav and tomorrow a little bit of guard.
Gustav has to take that. In mixed matches, it's very common for them to have gone to the ladies' side there, especially on tomorrow's forehand. Gustav has to cover the middle there.
For sure. Tomorrow going for the block there, maybe playing that off the glass could have been a...
It came harder, I think, than she was expecting.
I agree. Always difficult when it comes a little bit...
As soon as you commit to the block, very difficult to then leave it. And as I said in the first match, I don't think tomorrow's going to lose those battles. We have seen unbelievable hands, unbelievable reach and athleticism from tomorrow. And like I said, one of the best pickleball and tennis players, not going to get overwhelmed by anyone's pace.
For sure.
Setting up Gustav there perfectly for the smash.
That puts us
I don't think Karen could have left that one. I think she had to hit it before the glass.
Yeah, it
It's
was
like a
close,
very
one of
50-50.
those
Yeah,
awkward ones where...
Well, that's because the depth from tomorrow is perfect.
Yes. Always trying to get that volley right on the line. Good glass right there.
That's the cover from the middle that Gustav should be looking for. Very unconventional by Jean-Louis. I don't think anyone, including Jean-Louis, might not have expected that to happen.
Effective though.
Effective, 100%.
I think everyone was expecting more of a Vibra Bandejas type shot, and what we ended up seeing was just a windmill type smash.
I think Jean-Louis has been practicing that with Adrian Carazito.
A little bit of a disguise.
It's not something we'll see too much today.
No.
But that's why it's effective. No one is expecting it.
Currently at 6-all here. And after that lob from Gustav just going a little bit long, we are at 6-7. Great lob there. And again, it's always interesting, more so here, I think, because the smashes and overheads, specifically kick smash and flat smash, isn't as effective as up in Gauteng, high altitude areas. Great drop there. Beautiful point.
Amazing. I understand what tomorrow is trying to do there. I respect it.
So just again on what I was trying to say is that because especially kick smash and flat smash isn't as effective down here as it is up in the high fault, what we see is more than ever the importance of the lob, because if you can kick smash everything, the guys tend to drive more than lob. But here you can lob and use lob as a much more tactical part of a game in comparison to up at the coast. So
your margins don't have to be so fine.
Exactly.
Brilliant fence shot.
And Afriso take that one 10-6.
And they take the fixture. Still a lot to play for though. You want to get on the board, especially in these group stages.
Okay, guys, welcome back. We here at Tiebreak 10s. Aiden Carazito joining me here on the mic. Just finishing up his first group stage game between, let me just confirm here, it's a little bit tough to remember everything, Jägermeister and Project 10s. Aiden, just a little bit on how was that, your idea on the format, good fun?
No, look, I mean, I think it's a great atmosphere and vibe here today. Awesome to be here at Virgin Paddle Epicenter. Really excited for the day. Tough first match, honestly, against Jägermeister from Pretoria. They put up a tough fight. Our ladies really got us off to a good start and really helped us get that kind of lead in the beginning and take the pressure off of us.
Awesome, and I'm assuming that means you won.
Yeah, no, we did at least.
Well, congrats on that. Just on that, I think a big kind of theme is the ladies kind of pushing a few points at the start, taking a lot of pressure off the guys towards the end. Really helps a lot. What's this kind of discussions you guys are having regarding that? Is there some tactical part there?
Yeah. No, look, I think it's key. It always comes down to the ladies starting off. If they can get you a few points gap, it's huge, and it takes the pressure off kind of the rest of the team. So I think they know when they're going out there's pressure on them, but they just take it 1 point at a time, slow things down, and try to get us off to a good start.
Awesome, Aiden. Well, good luck for today, and thanks for having us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
See you on court.
Thank you.
Okay, and here from Team Jägermeister, we got Tom joining us. Tom, unlucky on that loss. Tell me a little bit, how was that? Good fun playing against Aiden and his team?
Yeah, no, tough start, definitely picking up the number ones from Joburg. Shame our ladies gave it a good fight. Had a tough couple mixed ones. We were up in the one and then unfortunately lost. And then, we had them on the ropes there a bit. We were 8-6 up and serving for me and Harpier against the boys. But those two are they're a step above. So we gave them a good run, but tough start, but not a bad one to get out the way playing the number one team from Joburg. So, but it shows you in the 10-point tiebreak, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, for sure. And that's the great thing about this tiebreaks 10 format, is anything can happen, things happen quickly, and you can go from 5-love down to being 7-5, 8-5 up. And that's kind of the beauty of it. Tell me, just down here in Cape Town, been here for a few days, how's the atmosphere, how's the paddle different here to down to up where we come from, Pretoria, Joburg side?
It's absolutely incredible. We don't have indoor courts in Pretoria. Play a bit in Joburg, but not in Pretoria, so it's nice. And then it's quite nice to play some real paddle where O's actually rally, and it's not just smash, smash, smash. So really, really enjoying it. Played some games yesterday and just loving this so much compared to the fast-paced Highveld.
For sure. Tom, thanks a lot for joining us, and we'll see you on court.
Thanks, Nick.
Sweet. There, and we're back to the last men's game here between Smashing Sensations and Afrisote. On the far side you can see Paul Anderson serving, and it's currently 4-3. And that just bounces out. Okay, guys, just behind us here again, we have the men's teams battling it out at 6-all at the moment. Quite a tight one, but while we move on from that, I've got Michelle here. They just took the first win of the day in their first group stage match. Michelle, just a little bit nerves, all of that coming together. How was the first game?
I must say we did a very nice warm-up, but it was definitely the moment we had to go and play. Our first 10-point tiebreak, it was a bit nerve-wracking.
For sure.
But I think after the first one, the nerve settles in, and then you become a bit more loose as the day goes on.
Awesome, and I think the nerves are a big thing, and as you know, the nerves will settle throughout the day, and that first volley, the first missed volley especially, just a little bit on your experience of this format, the short format, anything can happen. I remember from the regional stages, you can be 5-love down and suddenly you're 7-5 up. How have you found this 10-point tiebreak format?
Yeah, listen, it is something to get used to, but we went through it now. It's the second tiebreak 10s that we play. So it's getting better as you go along. You learn a lot, and you really learn to compete with BMT. So I think that's
sure.
very nice. And to handle the pressure is something on its own, but I'm enjoying it. I like it when it gets tight. The tighter it gets, the better I play.
For sure. Michelle, thanks a lot for joining us. Well done in your first game, and we hope to see a lot of great hands from Michelle later on throughout the day.
There we
Good
go.
luck.
Thanks very much.
100%. All to play for here. That puts us at 9-10. 10-9.
Not sure how many people expected Alya to be playing on the right with that smash at his size. But Gustav, very technically gifted when it comes to defending. Hugely improved part of his game.
For sure. And I think Paul going for that boast there, always tough when the ball is that high to the glass. You've got to kind of hit it quite flat, not a lot of room to play with between the glass and the fence. Jean-Louis to serve.
Great volley. Is the tiebreak 10's match point?
Correct. Tiebreak 10's match point at 11-10.
To get the team on the board in the group stages. Great volleying display, and smashing sensations from Pretoria are officially on the board in the grand final of the tiebreak 10s.
Taking that point there from a backhand volley from Gustav to the fence. Shiv, that's the beauty of this, you know. We have anything can happen paddle brought to us by Virgin Active Paddle and tiebreak 10s.
And thank you again to Red Bull, one of the partners here, fueling all these players up.
Please, guys, also if you have anything you want to ask, any questions, like, comment, keep us posted as to what you want to know. We'll be here throughout the day, all the way up until 7-8 this evening, bringing you some of the best short format tie-break 10s paddle that South Africa has seen right here in the mother city at EPICENTRE Virgin Active Paddle Club in Cape Town. you know Mandy? Took the win there, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, it was an interesting last match. Yeah, I think overall we might have sneaked it by a few points going into that last one, but the nerves are interesting. First round, you know, a lot of people watching. I mean, we kind of used to that, but it's still an adjustment in the beginning on the first round.
For sure, we gave the nerves quite a lot of airtime in our introduction towards the whole thing. I think the whole 10-point tiebreaker just makes the nerves so much more. Every point counts. A little bit on the format, a little bit on your experience of the format and just the format of the whole tournament.
Yeah, I think it's amazing to join the two genders. I think it's a unique tournament that I think we don't do enough of. And the interesting part about it is that, like you said, it's the 10-point tiebreaker is you can be 4 points up and it's not guaranteed. For sure. So you know you might get a good early start and it's all to play for still. So it's been really fun, energetic, fire, and we'll see how the rest of it goes.
Thanks, Scott. And just a last one, just the pressure in terms of from the start of the formats, the ladies playing, then the two mixed games. How does that pressure build up? Should you be 1 or 2 points down at the start going into the men's game?
That's it, yeah.
How important are those early games between the ladies and then the
It's a good question. I would say the tough part is that, you know, like I played the second mix, which is a third rubber, and then the men's doubles. Yeah. And if you go down the first two, you almost nearly lost. So it brings almost a interesting mindset where if it's tight after the first two games, the nerves are tight, everything's interesting. So yeah, there is no real end, but it's tough, I'll be honest, to play the last two matches purely on the fact that so much has happened already. So your team is either in front feeling good or it's down and you got to fight. So yeah, it's an interesting kind of concept in that, man. So I thought it would be interesting if we could, you know, almost have that ability to juggle it up sometimes and have a men's going first and then the ladies feel it at the end, because I'm telling you now, it's precious hectic at the end.
For sure, well, that's part of it. Scott, thanks a lot for joining us and congrats on your first win. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and thanks for everything. I think TB10s is amazing what they've done and amazing to be part of it.
Awesome, thanks a lot. Okay guys, and the second round has started here behind us, and on typical Durban time we've got Cameron here on the right of me. Cam, thanks for joining us. I heard you lost that one in your first round, unlucky, but a tight one.
No, 100%. We were down 2-1 in matches, and then me and Dean played Scott and Philip. We were 9-6 down in the tiebreaker, and we ended up losing 15-13. So
very, very close. A little bit nail biting, a little bit on that. Just the pressure going into that last match, knowing you had to win, and then had to win obviously by a few points to take the win. How does that feel going in as the last
No, match? Dean and I love the pressure. We love the occasion, so we try to rise to it where we can, and yeah, we had a great time playing together, and yeah, hopefully a few more wins coming now.
100%. Cam, just a little bit on the format, on the whole tiebreak 10s. What's your take on it? Have you been enjoying the tournament, the vibe?
Nick, it's very exciting. It's something that we've never seen before. It's very quick. Anything can happen in 10 points. So 100%. Yeah, I mean, it keeps you. My heart rate is pounding.
Still is, eh? Cam, thanks a lot for joining us, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, my man. Have a good one.
Awesome.
Cheers, eh?
And we're back. Finished the round 1 of play interviews. We have, not in terms of the ladies, overall the most successful paddle combination in the history of South African paddle, Mane and Debbie.
Yeah, so Mane and Debbie on the far side, and then on the near side we have Siobhan.
Letica on the right and Pam on the left. Number 1 team from KwaZulu-Natal.
And that'll be Bulls of Ferry from KwaZulu-Natal and Project 10s from Johannesburg. We just spoke to one of the guys from Bulls of Ferry, Cameron Weir, and they're coming off a loss, so they'll be trying to fight hard for the win here. But currently, Bulls of Ferry, Project 10s are 4-2 up, 2-4 down.
That is very much a typical Debbie van Asweken point. Lobs nice and high, you think you have all the time in the world, and then she's there for the block and suddenly you lose the net, Nick.
For sure, and I think beautiful hands there with the volley to finish it off. We have Pam to serve there on the far side.
I didn't think that angle existed.
Me neither, but brilliant.
I think Letica just invented a new angle.
You're gonna have to research that one.
See, and Pam going for the same angle from the more obvious choice and hitting the fence there.
For sure. Four, 5. Beautiful volley there with the backhand to that side glass. Always tough to defend.
Yeah, Pam having to go middle, side, middle, side, middle, side. Great innovation from Devi.
Some good reaction time there to get that racket all across her body while the momentum's going the other way. Really difficult to do.
Debbie was right to try to cover that side.
Yes.
It would have been the correct shot.
Great dodge there.
Brilliant point. Absolutely brilliant paddle point.
Great patience from both sides. It was the team who could take the net most successfully at the end of the day who was going to win that point. But
Debbie and Mane can play those points all day, every day. And that's what makes them so good and so successful, is that they can play fast with the lob in the blocks, but they can also play slow paddle, tactical paddle like that in these conditions. And it's unlikely they're going to make a mistake. You're going to have to win the point.
For sure. And I think again there we just saw the whole idea we're getting from this tiebreak 10s format is it was 4-1 up to Bulls of Fury and suddenly they're 7-5 down. Great paddle IQ there from Monet and Debbie, knowing just to keep that pressure with the lobs, keep that pressure playing.
And knowing
off the
when
glass.
to counter attack.
For sure. Monet to serve.
Haven't seen too many aggressive overs from Mane. She really went for that there. Just missing it on the net tape. A little bit of a smile.
8-6. 1-8 to serve.
Just out. Just out.
That shot to the fence just going out. I think completely the right shot choice. Just maybe looking for a little bit too much and being a little bit unlucky at the same time.
After Debbie blocks every single one of your angles before it hits the side glass, I can definitely see why someone would want to go for just
sure.
an inch too much.
And if you had to speak to Mario Andrini, he would say at the level that is not Galan Chingoto, LeBron, Tapia Correo, you never have to go for that much. You can simply just make sure the ball gets to the fence like that. Brilliant shot, lucky bounce from the fence.
That's why we aim for the fence.
Yep.
That little bit of unpredictability.
For sure. And that was just your tiebreak 10s match point for Project 10s, taking a 10-6 there.
Zero panic from Mane and Debbie in the beginning after they started a bit rough.
For sure, especially after going down, losing the first few. Just sticking to what they know, keeping it nice and simple.
That's definitely the most lobs and the most tactical battle we've seen, but you'd expect nothing less from South Africa's #1 ladies couple.
For sure.
Cameron Ria and Letica and Debbie's up with Tremaine, Mitchell. Tremaine's time with Willie Lahoz obviously being part of Team Bowen, huge improvement. Some of his technique really mimicking the great former #1 Willie Lahoz.
Definitely, and I think it shows in many spheres, just from a technical point of view, decision-making point of view, and so forth. That time spent with some of the best in the world definitely does pay dividends in the long term.
For me, what's been interesting watching Tremaine develop over the last year, and it's really just been mainly like the last year since he moved almost completely from tennis to paddle, is that he's been able to develop his overheads and his overall game style, not just to play fast, but he's really mastering that slower bandeja and vibra, but he still has one of the hardest flat smashes in the whole country. Cameron has to watch out for a too bouncy of an overhead.
For sure, and going for the aggressive cross there, which is necessary in these mixed games. However, choosing your moment really well is probably the most important part.
That half volley from Cameron looked casual, but I don't think anyone else would have been able to make it look that easy. Cameron Weir timing that to absolute perfection.
And Debbie just going for the smash there at the end, mistiming it, coming off the top of the racket. Siobhan, I know you always say you always have to have one of those in a match, right?
Yeah. Get it out the way early. Cameron is running around, trying to get involved, as you'd expect. I think what I would like to see from Cameron is just thinking one more shot ahead. So let's say he does make that cross. What is the next shot going to be?
Interesting here, Siobhan, they are not playing an Australian format.
Tremaine really taking the pace off that. I think all of us expected a missile, going for the soft touch to the fence.
I agree. Beautiful pick up there off the fence. There Tremaine goes for the big one. Cam, I think,
just didn't not want to get hit there.
Yeah.
I didn't think we'd see too much of that formation in mixed, especially.
I agree completely. It will be interesting to see if it maybe puts your partner, your opponents off, catches them off guard a little bit.
I mean, the one thing with mixed is if the strategy is going to be to lob the lady and come to the net often, it throws your rhythm off if the guy is suddenly on the other side.
Yes.
So maybe that's the thought process, or maybe it's to play to Letica's strengths.
Yes. And obviously if you playing not Australian, the pressure that a good backhand drive can put you under is quite a challenge when you're having to cross.
Great shot from Letica. It's another thing that we've seen a lot in mix when the ladies challenge the guys going down the line, and Tremaine's always looking for that cross. That down the line drives on.
Yes,
It also keeps them honest.
for sure. Cam with the backhand serve there. And that overhead from Letica coming down the line.
Once again, we saw that with Tamara. Once again, I recommend that the ladies close the gap there, because for Tremaine to go cross court, it plays to the guys anyway.
Yes.
So you want to just cover that line after you hit. Signature from Cameron. I think that was in.
I think it was out. I think that was out.
Ooh. Two commentators saw it differently, and we have a pretty good view.
I mean, we're sitting right here in the bottom left, but for some reason I looked at that ball and thought it was out. It's not like we could make a comment here from the commentary box, because we also saw it differently, Siobhan.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just more shocked that Cameron would miss a shot like that. Cameron's backhand volley, signature in the SA paddle scene. One of the best backhand volleys in the game.
Definitely.
I think that's
coming from
warping.
his days.
That's maybe warping my my eyes there. I think they're taking two. They're replaying it.
That is the rule in this format, so there is an umpire on court. However, if there's a misunderstanding between the two teams and the umpire can't make a for sure decision, the general rule is that they will take two and replay the point. So if there's ever a misunderstanding...
We have a very clear view on this balcony, and yeah, we definitely saw it differently.
Great volley there from Tremaine.
Yeah, Letica would have struggled to let that hit the glass. She would have had to get very low.
And very tight towards that side glass.
I think Cameron thought that was going to come off the fence a bit earlier than that.
And maybe come a little bit higher off of that back glass. Debbie catching Cameron a little bit off guard there on his forehand. Working with that angle really nicely towards the fence. Always tough, especially when you're trying to cover that middle. But brilliant points overall. Currently 7-8-4 to Project 10s. Project 10s on the far side, Debbie and Tremaine. Tremaine getting a bit of a taste of his own medicine there, trying to go for the disguised down the line Chiquita, but stayed in the middle of the court, and that volley just going straight back down his line and unable to get there.
Letica exposing that cross from Tremaine, and that's what I said. When you cross so aggressively, you need to really think about what the next shot's going to be. If it's not a winner, are you leaving yourself far too much to do?
Great volley there. I think when you cross for that overhead, your number one thought should be hit glass. Make sure you hit glass, because that glass, hitting glass gives you enough time to get back into position. If it gets blocked, you'll never have enough time to get back to where you should be.
Great smash from Cameron Webb.
Cam here to serve at 7-9. And we have a tiebreak 10s match point. The first mixed game of the fixture between Project 10s and Balls of Fury goes to Project 10s. Debbie and Tremaine taking it 10-7.
Must win next match for the Balls of Fury from KZN.
And after
Square up to give them a chance of at least drawing the tie. For it to come down to points.
And on the far side, we have Monet and Aiden Carazito. And then Siobhan here on the near side, we've got Pam Hayward and
Dean Otier. Dean being a substitute for the player from KZN. Dean, of course, playing the Johannesburg regional competition, but called into action when he's needed most.
And I think all on the line here for Pam and Dean. This is a must win if they want a chance at taking this fixture. So we're going to definitely see them putting their backs into it. I am very intrigued. I'm assuming that the ladies are warming up with the ladies and the gents are warming up with the gents. But is there any chance that Dean plays on the right, Siobhan?
Dean is one of the most versatile players in SA paddle, can definitely play on both sides. I would definitely say his best paddle is when he is on the right. But the same can be said of Aiden. But I doubt the gents are going to want to go right side to right side against each other. But I've seen some stranger things in these tiebreak 10s.
That would actually be very interesting, to be honest.
Mane and Pam both playing on the left in their ladies matches. I don't think I've ever seen Mane play on the left with any lady. If you didn't know Dean was a sub, I think that tells you. When the ball goes so cleanly down the middle, they clearly haven't played together much.
Big smash coming from Aiden.
You know, if there's run-out space, I'd back Dean to get there. One of the most skilled defenders in South African paddle.
Aiden to serve it to Love.
I think we'll see a lot of that. Aiden is known for hitting his Viboras very high, very far in front of him, and that is so perfectly suited to direct all those overs to the lady who's playing on the right.
Completely agree with you. Beautiful Chiquita there, the lob from Aiden, really good, pushing Dean, forcing him to move a little bit towards Pam's side, making it really tough.
In Joburg, where Dean plays most of his paddle, that ball off the glass would have risen much higher. He would have been able to hit up harder much easier.
Beautiful pickup.
Oh wow. Can we please get a petition going for Aiden Carrazito to be a left side player? Because that was unbelievable attack and defense.
Absolutely beautifully built point.
I think Pam after that Chiquita perfectly to Aiden's line, I think Pam would do anything to have that forehand volley again.
For sure. That's 6 love. Definitely doesn't feel like a 6 love game here. Points have been really well fought, nice and close. Just the patience coming a little bit more from Monet and Aiden's side, being able to pull it out till winning it. Something similar to what we saw with Monet and Debbie at the start, just being able to stay in that point longer than their opponents.
But I think sometimes Aiden wakes up in the morning and says, today I'm not making a mistake. You're going to have to win every point. I'm not missing.
And that puts your opponents under a lot of pressure.
They start trying to go for too much. They start to think that you're actually not going to miss. You start to convince them that you are not going to miss.
And then they start to convince themselves that they have to take more of a risk in order to finish the points, and that's when you start making more mistakes.
Oh, commentators curse again. I think if I was a betting man, I'd just start making the most outrageous comments. And they seem to always lose the next point. There's points like that, when Dean passed Mané there, or hits the fence, everything's perfect, and they have to play another 2 shots to win the point. And that's kind of the difference maker between the highest level players. They make you not only play another shot, but you almost have to stop yourself or keep trying to go closer to the line or closer to the fence.
Yes.
Like you just have to admit that was a good shot, it was a good get, reset. In your mentally reset. I like that Dean didn't change direction there.
Yes, the first block, good from Aiden. I think a little bit high, giving Dean the opportunity to play down again at his low backhand, which is always tough to defend from. And that overhead from Aiden just going a little bit long.
These are valuable points to look forward to in the next few rounds, because like I said, you don't want to give the guys too much to have to do. So Dean clawing some points back, this is the kind of mentality you want.
Yes, of course. Beautiful pickup there.
We can give some cement and some bricks to Dean and he'd make a home in that corner. You're really not going to do too much damage to him. You can put that in the corner all day. Dean is going to make you play again and again and again.
I think Aiden thought to himself there, how many times do I have to hit a good shot into Dean's corner to win the point? And he got tired of hitting it to Dean's corner and it just coming back. He decided to go with his more natural shot down the line towards Pam, and unfortunately the spin, the bounce just caught her a little bit off guard, winning the point.
They did well to claw some points back though. If it does come down to points, they might look back at that little mini comeback.
And the Genti are straight up, no time wasted. And there again, Dean just doesn't let the point go.
Great start, great start.
Beautiful first point. That puts us at love 1, and let's hope we see a lot more of that today, Sean.
We're definitely going to see a lot more of that from Dean. I told him before he went on, I want to see some highlights. He just got a few right there. That's how good it has to be to get past the great defensive wall that is Dean here. Cameron a lot less elegant there with his defense, and you can see the difference. Cameron won't get away with too many of those.
Yeah. I think Cameron and Dean do strike quite a good balance though. Dean with his unwavering defense in the back, and then Cameron with his massive backswing coming all the way from Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, down here in Cape Town. We hope to see some interesting stuff. That puts us at a current score of 2-0.
We said that earlier, Cameron's overhead just bouncing a little bit too high. Obviously the second one's a ruler, we can accept that, but that vibra bouncing a little bit too comfortably for Tremaine.
Yes. By the sounds of what I heard on the racket down here, it did sound like it was a bit of a mishit.
Yeah, that final one was definitely missing. Great
beautiful
communication from Dean. I mean, there's no run out space, so Dean doesn't really have to say if the ball's going out. But just telling Cameron, just stay awake because the ball is inside the court.
Yes. And I think as there is no run out space, we might still see hopefully some running out today in the previous Epicenter tiebreak 10s format.
At their own risk.
Yes, we did see it, but it is very narrow in between the courts here. You kind of don't want to risk it, especially this early in the day, to bang a leg, bang
You don't want
a
to run
head.
into another person. I think
Yes.
that's part of the danger. Like, you can risk yourself, but don't risk other people's safety.
And that volley from Tremaine, keeping the direction the same, maybe looking to go down the middle would have been a safer one. He was a little bit below the net from what it looked like. Little tweener there from Dean. And that backhand volley from Aiden,
I
just too good.
If Dean looks at mistakes like that from Cameron and is like, bro, just hit it through your legs or just boast it or just flick it. Like, why miss? Why miss?
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. Obviously, Dean, one of the nicest guys to play with. Cameron, we are going back to the tennis court. A little bit of a complete forehand topspin shot. Just a reminder when Cameron watches us back is that you don't have strings anymore. That ball's not really going to come down or do as much work as you think. Oh, Dean finally missed.
Why did I actually expect that to still work from Dean?
I thought that was going to be a passing shot straight past Jermaine.
Beautiful vibra there.
And that's what I said earlier. Aiden's vibra takes it high, takes it in front of him. You can generate so much spin there. He finds that corner so easily. Try to block it at your own risk.
And he's also able, because he takes it so high, he's able to really come down at quite a steep angle. So
and he's not the shortest guy.
Yes. Coming forward, you run a risk that he hits it at your feet. And try block Aiden Carrasito's vibra while it's coming straight at your feet. Not an easy feat, excuse the pun.
Ooh, Dean would want that volley back. I'm pretty sure Dean would want to love that. I think he just gestured that to the camera as well. Like, why on earth did I go straight there? That has to be a lob.
And we have a tiebreak 10s match point here. Jermaine serving there to Cameron Weir. He'll be looking to close this off, bank a few points here, and go on to the next round. Beautiful pickup from Dean.
Oh, Dean making a mistake out the air. Dean overall making like one mistake pretty much the whole match until right at the end there. Great defensive display. Cameron Weir not finding his overheads in that match, and that was the biggest difference maker. Jermaine and Aiden so strong in the air, and that's what it came down to, and a convincing win for Project 10s.
And on that, one of the challenges, I guess, in today's format, the tiebreak 10 format, is if your overhead doesn't work, there's not a lot of time to try and fix that. There's only 10 points at max, 20, 22 points that get played versus a 3-set match, which gives you time between games and sets to reset, to make sure that you're able to kind of get that idea of how to hit an overhead back. Here there just simply isn't time for that.
Yeah,
and that's what we're here
five
for.
poor overheads each, and that's the match.
100%. Guys, we're going to be back soon, hopefully with some player interviews. Just waiting for 1 or 2 matches to finish up, and then we'll get the players up here to ask them how the round 2s went.
Pam Hayward all the way from KZN. How are you finding the tiebreak 10s format?
Is that
And
better?
in terms of your team formation, have you been sticking with your mixed combinations that were so successful in the KZN regionals?
Yeah, we managed to bring in Dean Nortia in for Josh Heath, who unfortunately went to Ireland on holiday. So a bit of a late change for our Durban team, but we've made the change and we're sticking to our mixed formula.
And you and Letica obviously play quite often together, one of the dominant combinations up there in KZN. How does it feel when you come back either to KZN, coming from KZN to Cape Town and to Gauteng? What do you think is the difference maker? Do you feel like you just wish that you can play at a high level more often?
Yeah, definitely. I think every time Letica and I come to these events, we realize that the Cape Town and Joburg girls have just got better and better. And we need to do something to increase the level and the standard back in Durban.
But I like the fact that there's been more team competitions like this to bring everyone together. You had the North versus South, the Chiquita Cup for the ladies.
Yes.
And I think the Durban players definitely keep getting stronger, and we keep seeing more of them in all over the country. Very nice to see you here, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks so much for having us. Cheers.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Royal Flush against Afrisot. I'm expecting a lot of good points in this match. These are, at the moment, the two group leaders.
And just that first point being a testament to that, the second point of this match.
The lefty spin, Karen misreading that. Of course, Michelle van Staden with a great lefty spin advantage.
Corin here to serve at 2-1. Getting that early mini break.
Ooh, Karen getting under that. I don't think she ran back a little fast enough.
And that's 1-3. A double-handed return there from Michelle.
It was such a good lob by Karen to Wrench's backhand. Wrench did really well to play a good shot there. Uncharacteristic mistake from Michelle.
Yes. And that lob from Corin, really difficult to leave as well. If you do leave that to let that bounce, you get stuck right in that corner. And just a tactically really good decision. Michelle going for the big one. Luckily that serve was out, yeah.
I think the scorecard also didn't see that ball out. You can actually see the anguish on Karen's face there, facing that lefty spin. Both times it spun into her, didn't read it as well as I expect, but after you face that a few times, I think Karen's going to get used to it.
Yes, and I think the challenge with the lefty spin on the right is it's always coming into your body. So trying to play that shot into your body, it's really tough to go down the line. You kind of have to force it cross court, but you play it really close to yourself and difficult to get good control there.
And it's not like Karen doesn't play against lefties, but Michelle van Staden playing most of her paddle in Cape Town. Not often that we see the quality of the overhead that Michelle can produce going towards Karen's side. Much better anticipation from Karen there. Now that is something unique. The rouleau from Michelle. Again, it's the quality of that shot. It's not that Karen has not faced rouleaus from lefties. It's the quality of Michelle's overheads that causes the trouble.
Giving absolutely no chance off that back glass. Having to go for the block there. We'll see whether Karen learned from that one as she learns on the spin. Well read there.
I think Michelle would want that overhead again.
I agree. Maybe
So
just
now not charging, she just stood right in her place, let the ball bounce, and then all the spin kind of gets lost as soon as it hits the ground that short.
And I think what was interesting there, Corin came up to the net to block, and Michelle made her a little bit indecisive as to whether she goes down the middle or goes to Corin standing at the net.
Michelle, unbelievable athlete.
Brilliant to get to that ball. Some brilliant defensive work from Rensha as well to stay in that point, being put under a lot of pressure in the corner.
It's just nailed the Bahada flat at Corin. Corin managed to block it. Michelle misreading that bounce. I thought she'd actually be able to see quite clearly that was going to hit tie glass first.
Yes. I think from the previous shot she got put off a little bit, just not miscommunication, but seeing Rensha moving back and Michelle trying to cross.
It's been a theme today. When you cross and not a lot of thought goes into that next shot if it's not going to the glass. You need that ball to find the glass, otherwise you have to do it pretty slow, otherwise you leave yourself very exposed.
Yes.
And Corin being as technically good as she is, Zanel not being overwhelmed by pace pretty much by anyone, it's very difficult to cross so confidently unless you are going to find that glass. Some tactical advice coming from Jean-Louis. If anything, they're probably going to be saying, don't be scared to lob. You don't have to get engaged in that fast, the hands battle. Play simple paddle, wait for Zanel's devastating overhead. And Corin is capable of slowing it down, getting those lobs in, playing patient, defending from the back. And that's exactly what I mean. The other team, it feels like they're playing fast and feels like they're going to hit winners. You just have to remember that paddle's more about not making mistakes, not about hitting winners. I don't know if Jean-Louis told them the other team's about to make 4 mistakes in a row, but whatever he said, it seemed to be working.
Zanel here to serve at 7-8. Beautiful lob there.
Very good point. So now and Corin being much more effective when they finally had the net, and Rensha and Michelle couldn't get a good lob in. Very good coordination and chemistry between Michelle and Rensha at the back there. But Zanel coming in too hard, and Corin's volleys just has that extra bit of quality.
As you said again on that technique, the technique definitely brings in just a different level of quality, level of spin and pressure for the opponents.
Well done! It's kind of intimidating when Rensha and Michelle are both setting up for exactly the same ball, and at the very last second, Rensha taking control, or Michelle. It's kind of disorientating.
Not sure. I guess if they don't know what's happening, the opponents know even less, eh?
I don't even know who should have taken those. Those were perfectly central. Michelle with the X3 straight. Pretty much impossible to defend. No run out space, and I feel like if Zanel made a move to run out there, she probably would have got hit. Great performance by Royal Flush. Michelle and Rensha extremely confident when it comes to the business end of the tiebreaker. What is interesting, Nick, is that the ebb and flow of that match. If you think Rensha and Michelle swapped at 8-4, and then they made 3 mistakes immediately made 3 very easy mistakes, almost making it a very close match.
Yeah, and I guess that's back down to the beauty of tiebreak 10s is just how quickly things can change. 1, 2, 3 mistakes in a normal match, you lose a game, you reset, you get back on your feet, and you go on to the next game.
But again, the thing with being 8-4 up on the changeover is that as soon as the other team makes 1 mistake, then it's the tiebreak 10's match point.
For sure. Next up, we'll have our mixed games between Royal Flush and Afrisote. Afrisote having their 2 men's players as Jean-Louis and Paul Anderson, and Royal Flush having their 2 men's players as
Luan and Chris. Chris coming in from Aaron Marks. Aaron Marks is away and couldn't make the final, unfortunately, because Aaron Marks such a good player, so good off the glass, such a defensive powerhouse. Chris Westleroff, amazing tennis player in his prime, and just dominating the paddle scene, completely unbeaten in the previous North vs South tournament. And as a lefty, offers a unique aspect, being such a high level, so tall, and so dominant in the air, being left-handed with Luan Krikke. Great combination, can't wait to see how they perform. We haven't seen them on the squad yet, very much looking forward to it. Looks like it's going to be Luan and Michelle. I mean, I think it has to be because Chris is left-handed, so it would have been funny to have 2 lefties on the same court in a mixed match.
very interesting that they've got 2 left-handed players in the same team. It's going to bring a completely different dynamic, especially when the guys, the left-handed player playing on the right-hand side. Obviously the cross-court battles then going between...
Was Michelle playing with Aaron?
No, she was playing with Luan.
Did she always play with Luan in the regionals?
If I remember correctly, yes. I think Aaron might have skipped this tournament for a trip to Ibiza, if I'm correct. Don't know why I'm under that impression.
Definitely a paddle tour.
Yeah.
It's definitely there for paddle.
In Spain, the home of paddle. Probably down in M3.
I'm sure if Aaron is in Ibiza, he's taking some good time to watch his team perform here.
Aaron, if you're watching, say in the comments, what are you up to? Maybe we're just making this Ibiza stuff up, so you can clarify that.
So only 2 points in it. Mixed match number 1 about to start.
Paul there to serve. Staying nice and low off the glass. Tough one for Michelle to handle there.
It's also the pressure that Michelle can't just give an easy one off the return. That was the right play. I don't think Zanal made the wrong move. I think the only thing that I would recommend is that she doesn't try to lob that down the middle. I think getting that corner angle just gives you extra meter of breathing room.
Just for anyone, for the few comments, this is the only live stream today. This is court 2. If you go have a look at the schedule throughout the day, all the round robins on court 2 will be streamed. And then from the finals, the top draws will all be played on court 2. And unfortunately, the only stream today.
I think Paul can give Zanal a little bit more credit. Zanal did perfectly fine on that first one. I don't think Paul needed to shout that early for the second one. Zanal moving perfectly into position and reading Michelle's ruler. Michelle's ruler causing chaos once again, Nick.
Some power coming there from Zanal's side.
Zanal wasn't going to let that point go on for any longer. The point is over on that shot.
Big smash from Luan.
And much better lob from Zanal in the corner, as I said. It just gives you a little bit more breathing room.
Yep. Again, the lob's such a tactical part of this game, and the quality not as important as up in the high-fought Joburg, Pretoria area, where a lot of the guys here are playing their paddle. Paul, Zanal on the other side, both play in Joburg. However, when the lobs become less important, the quality, it becomes more important from a tactical point of view.
100%. Even with Adidas ball, so difficult to end the point from around the line. Commentator's curse again. But I mean, it set up very nicely for Luan there. Yep. Luan definitely has one of the strongest smashes in South Africa.
Interesting tactic from Zanal as well, opting to block Michelle's overhead, not wanting to deal with that lefty spin off the glass. Michelle there seeming to go for the block option as well.
Oh, well done, Luan. Very, very good from Luan there. I think what Zanal has to be aware of, especially when it comes down to those middle ones that bounce quite far and high off the glass, is that the guy might always try to go there. Pretty sure that's what Paul would be telling him.
Luan almost there, just touching.
I think he might have killed the scorecard, the score taker there.
Yeah. Our local tiebreak 10s.
As I say, for our own safety and for the safety of our players, we recommend it to everyone that there's no run-outs today.
Yeah.
I don't know if Paul misread that spin or he might have even overran it. Michelle's lefty.
Maybe some Joburg anticipation coming in there.
It's possible. But just again, Michelle being left-handed just throws so many people off. Yeah. Michelle setting Luan up so beautifully in this match. She's doing such a solid job there on the right. And she's played most of the balls. Luan's just there for the finish.
Yep. And that's what a good right-sided player always does. You know, they get a little bit of knack and I don't want to say disrespect, but not always respected for the hard work that gets done behind the scenes to give the left-sided player that opportunity to finish the point.
And if I had to give any recommendation, I think that the course of this match, Paul should give a lot more credit to Zanel. Zanel could have easily had a backhand volley there, Paul overreaching. A few of the defensive areas, Zanel had it covered. And that's kind of the balance that you have to strike when it comes to mixed matches. Yes, you want to get involved as the guy, because yes, you have potentially the better chances to win the point, but when it comes to just neutral shots or points where you can't really finish it, you need to give credit to Zanel, one of the best ladies in South Africa at the moment, that she can actually play those shots.
For sure, and I think we had quite a good example of that. What happened is Paul went across. He crossed playing off the back glass and he actually got stuck playing on the right. That puts you in a really difficult position because now you've got Zanel having to play the cross-court battle against Luan, and I do think 9 times out of 10 Luan most likely wins that cross-court battle and Paul is stuck on the other side not being able to do much. So that's a risk you also take trying to go for that cross too early at the wrong time as a left-sided player in the mixed games.
Yeah, this is one of the interesting tactical matchups because Chris being left-handed has to play on the right, of course, and Rensha being right-handed is going to be playing on the left. That means Rensha will be left side to left side against Jean-Louis, and Chris Westerhoff will be right side to right side against Karen.
Yeah, and that brings a completely different aspect to it. I mean, again, Jean-Louis against Rensha should win 7-8 times out of 10 that battle, and the same goes for Chris against Corin. He should win that battle 7-8 times out of 10.
It's just because of the threat, the fact that the margins for the ladies to not hit a weaker shot, for the guys' strength just to overpower, especially with these Adidas balls. But we've seen the ladies be very, very good at blocking when it comes to the guys hitting that harder vibras. But based on that previous match with Michelle, do you think our Karen needed those few points just to get used to the spin coming from the lefty? Well, Chris puts a lot more revs and pace on his shots. So I think it's much more pressure in this situation for Jean-Louis not to give Chris too many angles and too many opportunities to hit onto Karen's glass. And Karen might have a little bit more pressure to come forward and block those shots before it hits the glass.
Yeah, Siobhan, completely agree with you. Another thing that's going to be interesting to see is, are we going to see some down-the-line battles here between Karen and Rensha? Kind of Karen just playing it down the line and Rensha just keeping it down the line to not bring in that threat from Jean-Louis and vice versa. Karen trying to stay away from that threat we will see from Chris.
Yeah, it's possible. I think it's going to come down to how each team adapts to the fact that they're playing against in this situation. Jean-Louis, doesn't matter who you're playing against. If you miss a volley like that, there's no tactics in that. But that's could be a little bit of nerves.
Puts us at a 1-love. Early mini break there. Beautiful slow bandeja there to the corner from Rensha, taking the early 2 points. Going 2-love up for Royal Flush. Chris serving.
It's first a little bit of a straight play that you saw from the ladies there.
Immediately we see that overhead from
Rensha's obviously going to mix
line.
it up. I didn't think Rensha minds, and she's definitely not someone to be intimidated by the fact that she has to play left side to left side against Jean-Louis.
Big smash there from Jean-Louis. Early call as well, making sure he takes that call to cross and makes it pay off.
Karen not agreeing with Jean-Louis' first call there for the direction. Trying to go for too much.
Jean-Louis just missing that Pahara into
As soon as it bounces lower than your shoulder, very difficult. And you can see that he kind of rolled his wrist over that shot, maybe trying to get it a little bit topspin. Again, you don't need to do that in Cape Town. The ball's not going to fly against the back glass if you don't add that little bit of protection like you would have to do in Joburg. Very uncharacteristic mistake. A wry smile from Rensha. She probably knows she's not going to miss that for the rest of 2025.
Yeah. Switching sides here.
And that's a big difference, 4-2 to
4-2.
5-1. Very big difference in the scoreline. Jean-Louis wearing a reserve paddle cap that he got all the way from Miami. Shout out to the reserve limited edition Adidas racket that just launched. Corin forcing the down the line. That wasn't on, eh? It was very far in front of her. It's kind of awkward, very awkward to try to hit that down the line.
Yeah.
Corin should test Chris's defense of her overhead.
And I think that's exactly the discussion Jean-Louis would have just had with her is don't force that shot down the line. If it's on, play it to Chris's side. Let's put him a little bit under pressure.
Yeah, you see, in that situation it's different because there's a flat smash, really throwing Rensha out of position. Also, because it's so straight, Rensha first has to move out the way and not get hit, then run forward.
And
it's
then play
because
the shot.
she's so standing so square. If Rensha was a little bit turned sideways a little bit earlier, it would have been easier. Oh, that lefty serve's devastating. I would hate to return that. Jean-Louis questioning his life decisions there. Staring at that glass like it did something wrong.
Yeah. Lots of spin on that ball from Chris.
Oh, a little bit of a taste of Chris. This is the first smash we've seen from Chris. You can see he puts a lot of revolutions on it, but he cannot go central there. He absolutely has to go out. And you know, the strange thing is, we thought about this. If the guys are tentative not to smash cross-court to the other lady, with someone whose technique is that spin heavy as Chris, he's not going to get very much success.
For sure. And I think from Jean-Louis' point of view, that's a really tough shot to take that forehand. Oftentimes what we see is the backhand pop out the court is more effective when coming to the net, just because you can get that angle out the court more easily. How did that stay in?
It's the technical beauty of Karen. Ooh, that vibro! She got it! Unbelievable defense from Karen. Who said she struggled against that lefty spin, making it look easy?
Maybe a good warm-up playing against Michelle a little bit earlier.
I think so
Getting
too.
used to that lefty spin, you
Chris
know.
hit a perfect vibora.
Arguably, Rensha getting a little bit unlucky with the net there. The ball.
I think Rensha was thinking about the next point, changing sides, because that I could not believe came back. Rensha overrunning it. Rensha overrunning it. I really thought, because of the way the ball was moving, that she'd be able to read that bounce. She went so close to that ball coming off the glass.
And it did have a lot of spin, really slow. And it actually came up quite high. So if she had read it slightly better, would have given her the opportunity.
Very surprised.
From the back.
I think she'll read the spin next time. Obviously, I think the first time she's ever played against Jean-Louis. Sometimes it helps if you've seen that spin before from a player.
Yes. And Jean-Louis is someone who, especially on that vibra down the middle, does put a lot of spin.
It's so slow.
Yes.
Tiebreak 10's match point. Chris was such a clean cross, playing the high percentage shot. Karen, as we know, very difficult to block on your forehand side. 10-5. Royal Flush, 2 matches up. 3 matches up. Royal Flush.
Yes, that is correct. So
either way, it looks like AfriSoat is going to end their group at number 2, and Royal Flush, pretty much a dead rubber here now. They end the group as the number 1, going into the semi-final.
correct.
So guaranteed at the moment, both teams going into the semi-finals. AfriSoat can no longer in the group number 1.
Yeah, and just a little bit of a recap of what's happening here today, guys. We're down in EPICENTRE, Cape Town, Virgin Active Paddle Club. It is the Tiebreak 10s national finals after having 4 regional tournaments across the country in Durban, Johannesburg, Pretoria, and down here in Cape Town. Again, we are fighting for a prize pool of over R500,000, and today the first place will walk away with 270,000 Rand in their pocket, split between 4 players. Thanks again, Tiebreak 10s, for the concept of this tournament, Virgin Active as a partner in that, and Red Bull as a sponsor today. All the players wearing their Coop socks, which were also sponsored, and another sponsor, Chev, am I missing anyone? Adidas, all for
Ball
paddle,
sponsor.
being the ball sponsor.
Thank you to Everything Paddle.
And yeah, what a great format we get to see here. Just the short format. Again, Tiebreak 10s bringing the concept over from the tennis tournament. Let's hope it lives up to the expectation.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at all the shirts today, there's so much real estate for future sponsors to grab hold of. Be very surprised if these shirts are blank from sponsors, of more sponsors next season. You know what's interesting in this matchup? I asked Paul and Jean-Louis who's going to be playing on the left, who's going to be playing on the right, and they actually said it's going to be determined based on their opponents. They're only going to make that decision once they see who they're going to be playing against. So in this situation, with Chris playing on the right, we're going to see, I don't know if they're going to be warming up or they in this formation, but it's going to be interesting to see who they back to defend against Chris's overheads versus who's going to be playing down the line against Luan, because Luan is one of the fastest, if not the fastest player when it comes to crossing and poaching. So whoever can keep Luan honest with that straight drives is going to have a lot more success than someone who's going to be a little bit more tentative, because Luan's going to pounce on anyone who hesitates even a second going cross court.
I think both Jean-Louis and Paul do have really good backhand blocks. Paul, infamous or famous for his backhand block and just backhand volley in general. On the other hand, Jean-Louis, really good feel, really good touch, playing the drives hard, soft, switching it up a lot. So it's going to be interesting to see. And you've mentioned Luan just being quick, athletic on the court, and then Chris, that left hand just bringing a completely different factor into play with the spin, with the options. Mari would say you've always got an open court. You're always open to the court when you're on the playing with the left-handed player. So either way the lob goes, you've got options, and that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in this highly anticipated match between Jean-Louis and Paul against Luan and Chris.
Very excited to see where they hit their overheads, if they're going to test Chris at the back. Luan obviously extremely good at defending, but also very good at counter-attacking, and that's quite what makes you think that you need to put a little bit more on your shots, just because anything small, Luan's going to chiquita and suddenly his nose on the net. And that's the perfect example. Okay, that's maybe a freakish example, but you put Luan in a horrible situation. Luan posted perfectly down the line, and suddenly they're at the net and they win the point. Don't challenge Luan in a situation like that. He always sees the ball in slow motion. He moves faster than the ball, which you probably can't say about anyone else that's not on the Premier Paddle Tour. I do think Jean-Louis and Paul have great hands, but Luan's just so fast in his movement and so intense with his preparation. Uncharacteristic mistake from Paul though. Again, just rolling his wrist over it just to give that protection. Again, you don't need to do that in Cape Town, but I think there's just a uncharacteristic mistake from Paul. They actually survived that point really well.
And did all the hard work to get into position, stay in position.
Paul did the right thing. Chris, you need to chill. You can't run in like that. I think Paul thought it was Christmas. He had a very easy decision to make there.
Just hitting it straight at Chris's backhand, really tough to defend. That shot almost.
It's interesting that Chris actually decided to just run forward there. Again, Chris getting his team in a strange position. Again, Chris getting his team into a strange position there. Wow, it's a great point, but Luan is kind of compensating quite a lot in with his movement. Chris, on 3 occasions, just ran forward on shots that I really don't recommend, giving his opponent so many gaps, so many clear decisions to make.
Yeah, and I think Luan can help with Chris getting away with that from the pure athleticism point of view, but
both of them going for it, I think it was a case of either they both get decapitated or they both break their rackets, or let's just let the ball bounce in between us.
Unlucky that the ball ended up bouncing on one of them, because if it had bounced, they would have then been able to just get some communication in place.
That was very awkward.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're going to laugh when they see that again.
That serve right on the line.
I don't think it's any surprise they tried another middle lob there, but far too weak. Far too weak. And I'm sure the communication is going to be settled for the rest of the tournament.
For sure.
I don't think we're going to see that confusion again. I think Paul definitely wants to find a home for that overhead. But when Chris is that close to the net, because obviously that was a much better lob. So Chris coming forward there makes perfect sense.
Yes.
Yeah, their overheads are definitely going to start targeting Chris. They've seen his weakness. They're seeing that he wants to come forward and block everything. Going for a high contact point gancho straight down for someone as tall as Chris, always going to be difficult.
Very tough to defend. Always going to play up as well. So even if he does get that ball in, they're going to have the opportunity to play down.
Can't lob like that.
Go.
Yes, Paul should run forward, but you know when your partner gives Luan a lob like that, you kind of just okay. Next point.
Yeah, you say that, but what I did see, I think it was LeBron or Stupa saying the one day in a Premier Paddle match is essentially. He said, okay, I've hit a bad shot, but you need to help me then. You need to help me out, run forward, try and do something.
In this format, even more so. Exactly. In this format, even more so. No one should be getting tired or anything, so full intensity every single point. And that's one of the benefits of this format.
Exactly, and I mean, I fully understand Paul's thinking there. I mean, Luan shouldn't ever not win the point there, but things happen. And
yeah, well, he did it right there, he hit the fence, yeah.
Is quite common, so there's always that chance. Run forward, maybe not, but at least you tried. And as you say,
Jean-Louis had a little bit of a lapse in concentration in those last few points, hitting those weaker lobs, missing that return. But now you swap at 7-5, suddenly he's still in it.
Luan just gets to everything.
And again, Chris would have found himself in a very awkward position yet again. But Paul, twice in a row now, trying to force the issue, expose, well, obviously it's their tactic, but now exposing Chris there is kind of forcing Paul to not necessarily go for too much, but just to try to force the issue, and that's just throwing him off balance in the air. If they play again in the final, I really do expect Afriso to continue with that tactic.
Yes. Oh, and that return from Jean-Louis, trying to go cross court towards the fence.
A little bit anticlimactic with those two missed returns at the end, though.
Correct. I completely agree. Paul showing some clear frustration there, but keeps the emotions intact.
I'm sure he has some rackets, some spare rackets there.
Always good to see it.
I mean, the other thing is you don't really have to get frustrated now because I mean they made it to the semis, they did their job, the team did their job, and now they can really compete for that final prize.
Siobhan, you say that, but I mean, you of all people knows everyone on court here are competitive and
very competitive.
No one wants to lose.
Especially, you know what Paul might be thinking, they had the tactic.
Yes.
The tactic was working, and then he just started missing.
Correct.
Jean-Louis lost concentration. Paul seems to try to force it a little bit too much. But they have the tactic. I think any words for encouragement would be that they have the tactic if they're playing it in the final. But now they just have to put it out their heads, focus on the next match.
Yeah, and I mean, just an interesting one there on Paul controlling himself. It's always, I saw a stat the other day, not paddle related actually, but tennis related. It's just, Siobhan, I'm sure you know this stat, but Rafa Nadal not having broken a single racket in his entire career. And go look at the stats of some other tennis players. That's quite impressive, guys. We'll be back after the break when we're going on to the semi-finals of this tiebreak.
today. Again.
I love how those
How's it going? Oh, you're having fun as well. That's important. I think no matter what happens, we have fun. That's true. You have to walk in and see all of that happen. Where am I going? Big now, eh? How you good? Good. Let's get it together. No worries. ID, please. ID. Tickets, please. Tickets. That's good.
Guys, while we watch everyone warm up here, just a little bit of an interesting stat. Something that happened to end up is essentially on court 1, we have Durban versus Durban. On court 2, we have Joburg versus Joburg, and I've got Lee here to tell us what happened on court 3 and 4.
So on court 3 at the moment, we're going to have Pretoria versus Pretoria. And then after the Joburg versus Joburg on court 2, we are hitting Cape Town versus Cape Town. So somehow it's happened that all of the knockouts, the different regions are versing each other.
So repeat of the finals in every region. It's going to be interesting to see if anything changes. Oh, are we on camera there?
You look great from behind as well, so that works. Yeah.
But yeah, Lee, just let's talk a little bit about how the day has been. Obviously being very involved with the planning and the organizing. Tell us where the idea came from, what the whole plan is with tiebreak 10s into the future. Lee, the person behind it all, let's hear it.
So obviously we partnered with tiebreak 10s, which is a format that's come from tennis. It's been massively successful in the tennis landscape. It's kind of done, I think, what T20 initially did for cricket, in the sense that it makes it super exciting, it makes it fast and very digestible for the viewer, right? So it just amps up. I mean, paddle's already so exciting, but instead of having to watch an hour and a half match, now it's really concentrated and you go through the ups and downs in a very short space of time. And then I guess looking forward into the future, we're hoping to make this even bigger. This year we have that R500,000 cash prize pool, which is the biggest that we've seen in the country in paddle so far. And we want to shoot the lights out. Next year we're hoping to go even higher with that. Obviously we are leaving the door open for different brands to come on board. So if anyone's out there listening or watching and you are interested in this format, you are interested in this tournament, and you want to get involved, then we are open for that. But yeah, so we are very excited about obviously the finals today, but also in the future where we can take it.
For sure, and guys, I encourage you, if you're down in Cape Town, finals are about to start, get here as quick as possible. I see 1 or 2 seats open on the stands, but other than that, quite packed. As well, if you're interested in getting involved, more involved in this format, chat to Lee, chat to any other guys at Virgin. They'll definitely be there to entertain the conversations and see what they can do, taking this, making it bigger and better right into the future. Lastly, again, thanks to all the sponsors. We want to thank Tiebreak 10s as obviously the main sponsor, coming in with the whole concept of the 10-point tiebreak format. Then Virgin Active Paddle Club being involved with the venues, the organization of everything. Red Bull here today on the DJ mic, giving us some great tunes, and then Coop Socks providing socks to all the players. And then I got the perfect person here. Lee, am I missing anyone?
No, you're all good.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. Guys, tune in. We're about to start the playoffs, and yeah, it looks like they just started. Let's get right to it.
Awesome.
Thanks, Lee.
Thank you.
So we have a rematch of the final of the regionals in Johannesburg. It is Marnay and Debbie against Zanal and Karen. And in the regionals, Nick, it was Zanal and Karen who came on top. So this is a very highly anticipated rematch.
So Siobhan, just on that interesting fact me and Lee were just talking about, we have a rematch of not just the finals in Joburg, but we have a rematch of every single final across every single region. On the right-hand side, that is the Pretoria rematch. In front of us, it's the Cape Town, it's the Joburg rematch. To the left of us, that's the Durban rematch. And then on court 2 here, after this, it's going to be the Cape Town rematch.
That is unbelievable. Didn't think that could be actually possible. Don't know what that says about the regions all ending up in exactly the same place.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
If you think about how the format is, you'd almost think that is near impossible for it to work out like that.
Somehow, that's exactly how it's ended up. Beautiful pickup there from Zanal. Monet just sending it straight back to the corner, and Corin struggling a little bit under pressure. We currently at 5-3 to Afrisote. Siobhan, you said that Corin and Zanal did take this match in the final of the Joburg Regional Tournament.
Yeah, Corin and Zanal beat Davion Monet, but of course, Davion Monet's team taking the regional finals overall.
So it looks like Zanal and
Afriso starting well again. This is exactly what happened in the regionals. Great dunk.
Smash by 4 there from Debbie, and I think both these teams are quite familiar with each other. I can imagine they play quite often.
All 8 of these people play each other pretty much every other weekend.
And that's probably the case with everyone here, because we've got, exactly as we've said, every region is going to be playing every other region, the same final that they had, just as a rematch.
Great rematch.
That's just...
I wonder if Debbie's dual-colored racket has an extra hole in it. Debbie playing with a tactile paddle racket that has white and black on either side.
7-5 to Afrisote as we switch, having the advantage of that mini break. We're going to see, Siobhan, as we go into these playoffs, the more important matches, we're going to see the breaks taking a little bit longer, the tactics coming into play. Always get the typical random shoe tying situation somewhere throughout the match to break.
A little bit of gamesmanship.
For sure. That's what we're here for.
Debbie playing exactly the same shot in 2 different directions. So difficult to read, Nick.
Yeah. And just the pace on that last one being absolutely impossible to take after the glass. Zanal had to
The only way, maybe you have to run back and boast it before it hits the back glass.
Yeah. Spanish would say a contra pared. Something in the line of that.
Just like that.
Oh,
it's just out!
Just touching the side glass coming down, it looks like.
Yeah, the advertisement board just blocking it, but I think definitely out, just based on the bounce.
Dunk there from Monet, giving them that mini break back, and just confirming they are currently 8-7 up. That bandeja from Debbie, so consistent, Siobhan.
That was a tough block. As soon as you mistime that block and a little bit late, it's going to go straight into that fence, or best case scenario, it goes to Karin's forehand. So, very tough. That is a strange selection. Why did Debbie go down the line there? Karin was all the way at the back. That was such an easy cross-court volley for Debbie. Decides to try to test Zanal to see if she's awake. Zanal very much awake.
For sure, and a brilliant finisher down the line.
And that sets up the tiebreak 10s match point. Just from that small mistake from Debbie at 8-all. Debbie's going to want that volley back.
For sure. And that's a mistake in shot selection, not a mistake in an actual shot, which is what paddle comes down to. Great block.
Debbie making up for it immediately. Oh, Karin! Incisive Vibora. Unbelievable shot selection from Karin.
Absolutely surgical. Down the middle, perfect pace.
Split them in half.
Debbie had no chance.
But only 2 points in a nick, and as we saw last time, that's exactly what happened. Was Zanal and Karin beating Debbie on Monet. And then it coming down, the all-important 2 mixed doubles matches in the middle. Both ladies, Mane and Debbie, very capable of redeeming themselves as they did in Johannesburg.
For sure, and definitely not much in that. I mean, 10-8, leaving 2 points.
And think about it, on that 8-all point, Debbie deciding to go to Zanel there.
For sure, and that's at the end of the day what it comes down to, Siobhan. It's decision making. You can have some of the best shots in the world, but the wrong decision will give you sleepless nights in paddle.
Team talk from the captain, Paul Anderson, there, giving some stern words. I think Paul made a gesture to the way Debbie hits her overheads, just to be.
I wanted to say the exact same.
Yeah.
Surprisingly though, she has quite a high contact point, but it doesn't come high off the glass because of the pace that she puts on it. So I would think that's quite difficult to defend because of that high contact point. If you're coming forward, it means that it's going to come towards your feet, or she can guide it towards your feet quite easily. But then staying back, it doesn't necessarily give you that opportunity to attack because of the slow pace she puts on it. It stays nice and low off the glass. What would you, if you were facing that overhead, what would you be doing there, Siobhan?
For Debbie?
Yes, if you were facing.
Yeah, because
overhead.
Debbie doesn't put that much spin on it. It's going to either not make it to the glass, which means if you just stay back, it's going to come nicely towards you for the next shot.
Yes.
But if you creep forward, it's going to be very awkward because shots that have no spin come much straighter and much more direct. Sometimes it's not necessarily faster, but it's just because it's straighter. It doesn't slow down in the air because of the spin.
Yes. So
I'd either stay back, and if she hits it harder, then I just take one more step forward because it's not so hard that you have to run forward so early.
Yes.
So what's happening is the people are creeping up forward, and then it's awkward because then you can't block it and you don't feel comfortable because of the pace of it to let the ball hit the glass. So do what Mari always tells you to do and just stay in that neutral position. Don't overly compensate for that next shot.
Yeah, and I mean, as Mario always says, you want to be close to your friends, and in paddle, your friends is the glass. So, interesting though that you say because of there not being that much spin on the shot, you'll actually have quite an easy drive to play it before the glass, and it's going to be interesting to see if Paul alluded to something in that direction, and we'll see how
that they mustn't creep forward. They
Yeah,
must just
yeah.
stay back. Very interesting to see if Zanel can follow through with that. Oh! I wonder if that was the tactic. That's Zanel just executed it perfectly. Debbie played the exact shot we saw us play earlier, but Zanel was very much ready for that. She made contact in front of her, and they took the net.
Great backhand volley there.
Yeah, signature from Paul Anderson.
Why do I feel like every second player's signature shot is a backhand volley?
There's these ex-tennis players.
Yeah.
You have the much stronger on that side. The depth that Zanel and Paul are hitting is just really difficult for Debbie because it's too fast for it to automatically take it before the glass, but it's also deep enough that you might want to use the glass. So it's in that perfect, just before the white line.
Yes.
I think at 8-all against Zanel, that's what Debbie wanted to do.
Yes.
But Zanel was just much more awake than Paul was there.
For sure. And I think that's testament
You
to
can't
Paul trying to
lean.
cover that
You
middle
can't
though.
you can't lean on that right leg, especially against Debbie, who likes that late change of direction. Zanel did well to scramble that back. Tremaine.
putting the racket in the way, hoping.
That's actually the only thing you can do. We've seen it in the Pro Paddle Tour where they really don't want the point to end easily, can throw people off quite a significant amount. And we've seen some highlights with Galan doing that, and the ball actually ended up hitting his racket.
Yeah, there was a bit of a dispute regarding that as well in that exact match where Deneno went to play his volley, and he reckoned that Galan actually stopped. Oh, and the little tweener from Debbie there.
Wow, what a lob.
Big smash.
Yeah.
You'd swear Tremaine is back up in
Deneno
Joburg.
thought the follow through, that Galan basically stopped the follow through.
And then the other question was, but this was seen that it was not the case, is whether which side of the net Galan's racket was, but he was on the right side of the net.
The correct side of the net.
Yes. So I think that is a discussion up for debate, whether it's sportsmanlike or not is a different story, but I think putting the racket in the way is definitely up to the rules. Oh, Paul going for the little drop shot.
Yeah, Paul knocking his head with his racket. As what on earth am I thinking? This is in your social match with Mark Moreira in CCJ Country Club. Tremaine hitting Zanal there. Immediately apologizing. Of course, he didn't mean to hit her. Zanal actually finding herself in a dire situation, charging like that. Uncharacteristic mistake from Debbie on that volley there. Oh, Paul finding the fence from there. That was very good wrist work from Paul. That is not an easy angle to find on that cross. Oh, Paul making such good shot selection decisions. I think one of those he got a little bit confused, but in the end he made such a good decision to go to that Vibra back onto Debbie's side. Just jamming her by hitting that side glass first. I think Paul trying a little bit too hard. I think maybe going to the lob to Debbie's side, just because Anal seems to be handling Debbie's overheads a lot better than the previous match. Oh, Jermaine actually moved perfectly towards that ball. Absolutely an amazing point by both teams. What's interesting, Nick, is that Debbie's starting to go towards that fence very early, anticipating Paul's, not only Paul's cross, but Paul's angle on his overheads. He has cut off that angle every single time now in the last 2 points. And Paul has the risk of trying to go for too much in the next one. Debbie dodging that beautifully. Paul unsuccessful on that smash.
Yeah, and it's definitely...
Never looks set, Nick. I think that
No.
ball is almost following him a bit too much.
Yeah, and I think we're definitely seeing the speed pick up a bit now. The pressure definitely coming. The nerves have settled very nicely. Quality of paddles increasing here. And that's
Zanal just missing that. It's the tiebreak 10s match point, and it is one tiebreak 10s match point saved by Project 10s. Zanal, amazing return. Oh, Tremaine, what are you doing?
Beautiful pickup from Paul.
Amazing pickup from Paul. I definitely don't think Tremaine was looking for that. But such a strange miss.
Completely out of position.
You look completely shocked that Paul went back there, I think. Amazing return from Zanal. Just kind of threw everyone out.
Very good.
And it's 10-7, so 2 points in the first match, 3 points in the second match.
5 points
5
difference.
points difference. And in terms of the overall fixture, this is a must-win fixture for Project 10s, the regional champions from Gauteng.
Aiden and Monet will definitely not be holding back here. They will need this point. It's going to be interesting to see how the pressure of having to take this win will affect them. But, I mean, we all know Aiden is rock solid under pressure, has that stuff for breakfast.
There's another dynamic here, Nick, is that Project 10s being 5 points behind, they need to win this match with a decent margin in order to come back. Because you don't want to have to only be able to lose 5 points going into it. So even if they win 10-5 here, then it's all square. So not only do they have to win, but they want to not give themselves too much to do.
They want to essentially give at least win by 3 here. So that all they have to do is win the last tie break.
Basically, you don't want to start like 2 breaks down
Yes.
in the next match.
Massive game here for Aiden and Monet.
Yeah, for both teams. From the other team's perspective, Jean-Louis is going to be one mind maybe on the next match already, thinking about, okay, yes, I want to win this match, so I don't have any pressure in the next match. But at the same time, you want to make sure that you stay close so that you don't have too much to do.
Yes. You saw earlier, Aiden and Monet are not an easy couple to take apart.
They were played so amazingly in the last match.
Play very solid, very, very, very brutal to play against. Just don't make mistakes. Every time you think you've won the points, you've got to hit 2-3 shots afterwards. And yeah, as you said, Aiden goes to bed at night thinking of how he made a single mistake in a 3-set match, and you can imagine how that ends in a tiebreak. So we're excited for this one. I think it is without a doubt going to be really entertaining. Guys,
It's
again,
throughout this day, even on the other courts off stream, Aiden's overheads has been a difference maker in so many of the matches. And you'd think it would be Tremaine's coming from the left, but it's actually Aiden's reversing that overhead, both in the mixed and for the men's matchup.
Yeah, and
It'll
I
be
think
interesting to see if Aiden's overheads is once again going to be the determinant factor.
Siobhan, and I think what's interesting is because Aiden is such a dominant right-sided player, when he's playing on the left, he's able to play that overhead down the line because he's used to taking it in front of him, especially when he
naturally
crosses.
hits it high and early.
Exactly. That first serve just going wide.
That's exactly what we're talking about. Literally that.
Textbook what we expected. And we're going to see whether Corin maybe tries to just, instead of blocking with the forehand, they tries to get the backhand in play. Absolutely
Brilliant.
Ridiculous from Jean-Louis there. That Vibra just waiting for it to come behind him a little bit.
Jean-Louis,
riding it
we
to
need
the
a
fence.
before and after clip here. You need to get your content producer to take a video of that Vibra versus how you were playing a few months ago.
Oh, absolutely.
Unbelievable. Just take a clip of those last 2 points when you just got into paddle and just compare your overheads from now until then.
Gantry to the
Amazing
fence,
improvement
clinical.
in his technique. Karin not yet settled into this game. I like that pace of Mane's overheads. Just setting up Aiden. And that's exactly what we've been saying. It's devastating. Aiden has hit a 5 rand coin in that corner pretty much every single time. He's aiming there and he's hitting that mark consistently. Karin tried to stay back there because the first time she had no chance of blocking it. What is Karin's solution in this match?
I think it's the quality of the lobs. Maybe to try and force a lob over Aiden's left shoulder, forcing him to either go for the rouleau or not being able to play that shot. So, insane hands. Beautiful dunk there from
Great
Karin.
wrist by Karin.
But yeah, so I think if I was in Jean-Louis and Karin's shoes
Just stop
at this
giving
point in
Aiden the
time-
overhead.
Yeah, but not just that, stop giving that overhead down the middle, because the thing, if that
The
overhead
oh, yeah.
goes over his left
Aiden's
shoulder,
only being able to do it because he's either crossing or he's hitting it from the middle. But if
Exactly.
you lob Aiden's left shoulder,
Yes.
he'll have to hit his overhead either rouleau or he's going to have to play it very flat down the line.
exactly. So that will then come a little bit higher off the glass and be much easier for
Karin will be able to deal with that
Karin
all
to
day.
deal with that. So I think the only challenge is that that parallel lob for Karin brings a lot more risk into play, because that lob down the line is more risky. In
It's
terms
almost like
of
there's a
getting
hole
out
in the
or not.
court. You can't hit there.
Yes, exactly.
It's a lot of pressure. If they needed any more pressure. It's a lot of pressure when there's one shot that your team is really, really struggling to defend. Aiden looking for it, not doing it successfully. See, Karin can deal with Karin can deal much more easily with those, but Mane finding the corner beautifully.
And that one just snicking the fence there down the line.
Ooh, the commentator's curse strikes again. Aiden missing it, could be the first and last one he's missed for today. And he'll be kicking himself.
Yes.
Because he knows he hasn't been hitting them anywhere close as hard.
Karin goes there for the cross backhand and
I
just
don't want
mistimes
you don't want
it
those
a bit.
mistakes. I'm surprised Karin actually went to poach that. JL's forehand volley was there. It's kind of a few loose points from that overhead. Some loose points. And that kind of ties it up.
And we're back on serve there.
No, I think it's still a mini break
Still a
to
mini break
Project
up,
10s.
correct.
CJL with a cross, going for the slow Vibra again. Just not getting enough on it. You almost try to put too much spin on that.
Yes, I wouldn't say a little bit ambitious. I do think he got there a little bit late. It looked like just towards the end he was taking a little bit too big steps, not being able to time that perfectly.
Also a little bit unlucky that rebounded very violently because of how much spin he put in it. Could have easily gone over.
Yeah.
Clever from Mane. And that's the one. That's the one. That's the one.
And then we actually saw.
It's such an easy content. Such an easy tactic for us to see, and I know they picked it up as well. But it's so difficult for Karin to defend that.
For sure. What was interesting there is Karin hit the lob before that. She hit over Aiden's
yes
backhand, and surprisingly he was unable to hit that shot, as we've said. And
Karen trying to test Aiden there. I understand what she saw. We could see what she was seeing.
Yes.
Aiden looking for that cross, testing him there is not a bad idea. And to be honest, even though she missed that, Aiden's going to be thinking about that next time she's in that situation. Like, is Karen going to try that again? And it kind of keeps him from crossing so aggressively.
John Lee for the very aggressive cross there.
Aiden going to Old Faithful. Could have put our house on it that he was going to go there, but again, even Jean-Louis on his backhand, so difficult to block.
Siobhan, we're all square going into the men's match.
10-5, yeah? Project 10's have done an excellent job in squaring this all up.
That means that the winner of the men's match wins and will go through to the grand final and stand a chance to win 270,000 Rand.
No pressure.
Nothing.
You wouldn't think this, but it's almost a relief now that Tremaine's going to be on the left. Just because they've struggled so much with Aiden's Vibra going straight. I mean, I don't think the tactic is going to be, okay, we need to lob Tremaine. I don't think anyone goes into a match thinking that.
Yes.
Now, Nick, here's a big question for you. Who's playing on the left?
Between Jean-Louis and Paul. I have a feeling they're going to stick with Paul on the left and Jean-Louis on the right.
Let's see. I think they're also talking about it.
I think the discussion is there. While Aiden's overhead from the right is so good.
So who can lob better?
Now we wonder, are these some mind games maybe? Are we going to see a switch there?
No,
after
I
the
don't think
warm-up?
so. I don't think so.
Both teams have all to play for here. I mean, at the end of the day, the winner takes it. So I think from a tactical point of view, Tremaine and Aiden definitely have the advantage in terms of the fact that they are regular partners. I think in pressure situations that definitely plays a bit of a role.
I doubt they're going to get passed down the middle. And then there's not going to be any confusion about the overhead either.
Exactly. Which, especially when you're under a little bit of pressure, does help a lot.
But I mean, other than that, other than those two factors, in this format, is a little bit of a leveler from Jean-Louis and Paul Anderson's perspective.
And anything can happen. We've seen it time and time again.
If this was a full match, most people probably put their money on the experienced, tournament-hardened combination of Tremaine and Aiden. But in this format, everyone's like, wow, well, Paul and Jean-Louis play so fast. They play that quick style where you can't get so clean of a rhythm because they don't play very slow. And in every match so far, Jean-Louis and Paul has started it so well.
That's what we're here for, Siobhan, and we're excited to see it.
Nail-biting match. That's exactly what we were hyping in the prelude.
We'll give them a minute or two to warm up and then we'll be back in a sec.
A minute or two to also get some nerves out.
And we are on our way. That is Aiden Carrizito serving. And this is the decider to who goes to the finals. Jean-Louis just missing that block there into the net. But he won't be too unhappy with that. It was a good volley from Aiden.
Great smash from Paul. Compared to the previous smashes, that's his cleanest smash.
Completely agree, and just before that smash again we saw that signature backhand down the line. Very flat tennis volley there from Paul. Quite effective though, I think.
Actually rushed Tremaine more than I thought it would.
Yeah.
Paul deciding not to run forward there, maybe for his own life. Safety first.
For sure. That puts us at 2-all.
Oh, Tremaine going for a Chiquita return, which is interesting because Paul didn't run and react very fast to that.
He was.
I think even if that went over, Paul, it wouldn't have passed him. It would have been very much in front of him. Interesting decision from Tremaine. Yeah, Jean-Louis actually should have receded. As soon as they lost the net, he had to commit.
Agreed.
Don't know if he really thought Paul was going to get a better block, but kind of late to recede.
100%, and I think one thing we saw there is just Aiden's comfortability on the right-hand side as well. The overhead from Paul going cross-court to Aiden.
That's exactly what Aiden was doing to everyone else, but he blocked it like it was nothing.
Exactly.
I think it's also a little bit of quality difference. As we said, Aiden's a bit taller. He hits the ball high, hits the ball very much in front. Aiden's one has a much sharper angle and a little bit more venom.
Yes.
Paul's shot is still good and it's still a very good block. Interesting to see where Paul goes on his next overhead though. So you know how when that happens, you really start to rethink your life.
Especially if it happens more than once.
For 270,000 rand if they win it.
Well, we've got 3-all points here, so nothing in it at the moment. Jean-Louis going for the big smash.
Tremaine going for the spin, and we haven't really seen too many kick smashes from Tremaine in the last 6 months, but also like today. He normally goes for that huge, hard, flat one.
I think that would have worked really well should Paul have, since Paul stayed at the back there.
I also expected it to bang. As soon as he loaded up, I thought it was going hard, flat down the middle. Paul kicking himself after that miss.
Yep. We'll be feeling like a double fault from his tennis days. Oh, and a beautiful drive there, just sneaking over the net. Absolutely no right to go over a net with such small margins.
That's what it's going to come down to, Nick.
100%.
Oh, Paul is going to really want that shot again because that was a bit of a brain lapse. Why on earth did he try to do that?
I have absolutely no idea. It was an almost impossible angle if you have a look at it.
Aiden blocking like he's on a Sunday stroll. Great hands by Paul. Tremaine called for it. Aiden was like, nah.
What a pickup from Jean-Louis.
Great hands by Paul. This is such a big point, Nick. Just emotionally. Such good communication. Oh! Such good communication between Aiden and Tremaine. That's exactly what we expect for people who play multiple tournaments together consecutively.
And that's an absolutely massive
Jean-Louis going
break.
for such a flat shot though, Nick. You'd expect him to put some spin on that. Would have died in the corner. Aiden was nowhere there.
Completely agree. I think I think, and Paul again with the
And it's that
return.
string of points that you don't want to give away. Like
Yes.
a return like that, and a previous mistake by Paul as well with that overhead. And just those 3 points, it just strings together so easily.
Makes it really tough to get that momentum,
And
to get
that's
that
such a
confidence.
big momentum shift. If Paul makes a different decision there, yes, maybe doesn't win the point, but doesn't lose it there, then a return miss, then a very frantic point.
So I think
And they had the momentum on that side as well.
they did, and it's currently 7-5.
Such a big shift. Such a big shift. Still, Tremaine serve. Oh, Paul! His wrist completely collapsed. Did you see that?
Completely.
You
And-
watched that in slow motion. His wrist completely collapsed.
Which does often happen on the forehand, trying to block.
Exactly.
Um,
And I think, especially when you want to block an angle.
Yes. I do think there was a little bit of a rush to the net there. I don't think they completely deserved
I
to
don't
go
think
up
that
to
was
the
the
net
point.
yet.
I don't think that was the shot. I understand why he did that though. Good volley. Much calmer overhead from Paul. Much more disciplined shot selection. Tremaine, did Aiden not touch the net there?
Absolutely insane point, Siobhan. Absolutely
Tremaine not
insane.
Aiden didn't touch the net there.
As you've said,
I thought
he's
I
quite
saw
tall.
the net flatter, but I guess we'll never know because no one else seems to have seen anything.
Because, and I mean, the umpire was standing right there, so I'm sure if he did touch the net, he would have seen. So is this our tiebreak 10's match point for the
Just
semi-final?
for the to get into the final. I think Jayan and Paul, if they had to watch this back, they'd be a little bit disappointed in that last, I would say, 6 points.
From 5 all.
Yeah.
They lost 1 or 2 points.
Yeah.
Just by, maybe was it a lack in concentration, a 1 or 2 bad decisions, but it kind of all builds up together, right? You lose concentration for one return, then that's followed by a bad decision that at a different time would have probably worked in a casual match, but because there's pressure, because there's something on the line here, it doesn't always work like it generally does. So that's where the discussion, I guess the players should be having, Siobhan, what kind of happens, say you are 7-5 down, what discussion should Paul and JL be having with each other there in that moment, or should they just go on, try figure it out themselves?
I think their tactics actually worked out when they were under much more pressure. Paul stopped doing that low percentage shots. He just tried to keep the net. And that's the basics of paddle. You kind of just have to go back to those basics. You want to keep the net. You don't have to try to win the point when you're at the net. But you mustn't lose the net unnecessarily. And you don't have to make those silly mistakes. And you saw on that very well-constructed point where Paul Anderson was just moving around the ball, not giving them any easy shots to lob. And then JL had such an easy smash to finish it off. Aiden not hitting the nets seamlessly, seemingly. But JL having such an easy point after they constructed it so well, having such an easy point in that. He had that smash.
Yes. Maybe thinking he was back up in Joburg.
Maybe any other day he puts that away, and then that's how you play paddle. Just getting into that point where, okay, you forced him to hit a bad lob, and now it's an easy put away. Very surprised he didn't take that smash and square it up in the scoreline.
For sure, I think that was definitely, to an extent, a little bit unlucky from Paul and Jean-Louis. They were in it all the way. It was three points where they quickly lost a little bit of momentum, 1 or 2 missed returns, 1 or 2 bad decisions, and suddenly you...
And during that long
8-5
point,
down.
I said this is emotionally, this is going to be such a big point.
Massive.
Both teams had multiple opportunities to win that point.
For sure.
Or at least to keep the net.
And it was an absolutely brilliant point, let's be honest. We'll get that one on replay
No, it was an amazing
sometime
point.
soon.
Such a critical moment, so much on the line. I wonder if Royal Flush came through there.
Royal Flush is
we're
about to
waiting.
play now.
Yeah.
So guys, we're going to take a quick...
And it is the regional champions from Cape Town against the regional champions from Johannesburg.
No, so now we have the second semi-final.
Yes.
Rematch. That's going to be between Michelle van Staden, Rensha de Lange. Joining them is Chris, who is not the same player as who played the regional finals. He replaces Aaron Marks, who there's a rumor is in the Ibiza, but we have no idea. So
shout out to Aaron. I know he's watching. He's supporting his team like a very good teammate. I hope Aaron's enjoying it out there. We kind of miss him here. We miss the intensity Aaron brings always, especially when he plays with Luan. I love watching them play. A very good combination out here in Cape Town. Two young guys. Aaron, a defensive masterclass. Luan, a movement genius. When they play together, a really good combination. Aaron can slow it down. Luan can speed it up. Kind of miss him here, but I'm glad he's watching, and I hope he's having a good time in Portugal.
Yeah, and then against them,
Scott taking the rock, paper, scissors. It's great to see Chris Westhoff here. Not so many people, because he plays most of his paddle here. Not a lot of people have seen him. I'm sure they're going to know exactly what he's all about after seeing him play today. Devastating overheads.
And a lefty who is just devastating.
Presses the net so intensely.
You're probably going to see Rensha and Michelle here on the near side taking a minute or two. We can see Scott and Philip having a bit of a team talk there with their ladies, just running through, okay, do this, do this. This is not their first rodeo against each other, guys. So let's tune in. I think this is going to be an absolutely ridiculous matchup and a replay of the final. Back in last month, obviously, Royal Flush did take the final. So the opponents who are Powerhouse, slipped my brain there for a bit, are here to definitely try and correct their mistakes from the last
this was
time.
an unbelievable match in the regionals. Nick and I was on the commentary box for that regional match. And in that match, I believe Royal Flush was up, significantly up, and then Powerhouse came back.
Correct, and that's exactly what we want to see from.
And that made the whole fixture change the whole dynamic, because when one team wins like 10-4, it's one thing, but when it's 14-12, makes it only 2 points in it.
100%. Do you want to do it?
We don't talk to
Like you go like. Joined by Debbie van Aswerken, a nerve-wracking match. It was a rematch of the Joburg finals, the regional finals. Did you have any different tactics going into it?
Well, really just thinking that the ball will be a bit slower. It is Cape Town. But obviously it didn't work too well because we lost our game. But luckily this is a team sport. I think Karen and Zanel played phenomenal. Bad luck to them, but otherwise it was nerve-wracking.
And after that second mixed doubles match, when it was all square, you must have had a little bit of nerves going through your mind, watching your guys a little bit helplessly at that point.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm lucky and happy that I stood next to the court and I wasn't on the court because, I mean, I was nervous through my matches.
Yeah, I felt the nerves from the box.
Yeah.
And with Tremaine and Aiden, the interesting thing is it doesn't matter if they've played together in X amount of tournaments. Because of the format and against Paul and Jean, who is such good quality, when it was 5-all again, it must have been so nerve-wracking.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think they're confident in each other. They're confident in their games. So I think that pulled us through at the end. And, you know, they were determined. You know, they want to do this and they want to come back. So I'm happy they played very well. I think we needed the boys today. We definitely needed them. Marnay stepped up in the mixed. So, yeah, team sport, but guys, this is hectic. This is hectic.
And now we see who your opponents are going to be in the final.
Yeah, I think we're going to watch it a bit, calm down, calm the nerves. I don't normally get nervous, but yeah, I was nervous. So yeah, I think I'm just going to reset now, have something to eat, and then hopefully get out there and be better.
It was a pleasure watching you play. I hope you watch the video back for some commentary. You did really, really well, and
Thanks,
good luck in the final.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chef.
Rangers setting the tone early there. There's not going to be any mercy. This is to go to the final.
For a full 270,000 Rand. All to play for here.
Good leave, good leave. Marty and Elisma not yet settled. Well, this is exactly what happened, Nick, in the regionals. Rensha and Michelle starting so well. That's the Vibra. That's what we were talking about earlier. Elizabeth doing really well, but still off balance. Wow. I think Royal Flash had to win that point 6 or 7 times there. Great scrambling by Elizabeth, but that was all set up by a seemingly not that difficult overhead, but because Michelle's left hand, once again we see everyone's just caught off guard by how much that ball's going to be spinning.
Precision lob there.
I actually, if I had to tell Michelle, don't go anywhere but cross court, because if that's how, if you look what happened in the first point when she hit that vibra into the glass, there's no reason for her to reverse it.
Oh, I completely agree, and I think the big thing with a lefty always is it takes quite a while to get used to that spin.
And you don't have time in this format.
Exactly.
You just don't have time. Very interested to see Michelle's next overhead.
100%, and that puts us at 5-1.
It's 5-1, they have a little bit of space. I definitely think the higher percentage shot as well is definitely obviously to go cross court.
And that's the thing.
I wonder what the captains are going to tell the ladies going into the changeover. Any tactical differences? I mean, the point's been so quick. What more can you say?
Yeah, I think
lob higher, lob better.
try to slow it down a bit, you know.
I mean, to be honest, the lobs have gone over Michelle's head, but she's just been driving really well and then taking the net again. So I think what Scott would be maybe saying is anticipate that drive. Either stand closer and then hit a better quality drive, or stand further away so you have more time, so you can get a deeper volley. Good hands by Marty. Good hands, very good hands.
Very well played.
After that Bahada, I thought Royal Flush had that point.
Completely agree, but that's exactly the idea you want to create here, is just to slow it down, stay in control of the point regardless of the situation, and just kind of ride it out until your opposition makes a mistake. Great gantro there. Michelle coming
That is a
up to
great
the net.
gantro. You see Marti's technique there, she had a straight arm, but she just had a little bit of wrist flick right on top, and it just created a little bit more angle and trajectory coming down on Michelle.
Really tough for Michelle to handle.
Michelle with a double-hander, just for that extra stability. And I wonder if that's characteristic of Marti's technique as a whole, because then again, he saw that little bit of wrist flick, but in that sense, it's very difficult, because you need a stable wrist to block that shot.
100%.
That's a
Beautifully worked
difficult
point
one,
there.
because you don't know where Michelle's going to smash.
And even when she doesn't put spin on the board, just because of that threat from the lefty, beautiful Chiquita there.
It's a great approach by Marti. Very athletic. Stretching from Elisma. Well
Beautifully worked
constructed.
point.
Well constructed.
Very, very well. And we are right.
That's the kind of paddle Elisma and Marti want to play. They want to almost feel like it's suffocating, that they just can't be overpowered, they can't get rushed. If you're going to come and attack them, they're just going to keep you back, until you make a mistake.
As the best defenders would say, your Chingotzos, your Denenos, your Nitos is just survive. You just want to survive.
One more point, one more shot. Make them play one more
Always.
shot, one more shot. Great shot from Renshaw there. Finding the angle. Another team talk. Still a 4-point lead for Royal Flush.
Chev, one thing we know is that in this format, a lead doesn't mean much.
And from the ladies from Powerhouse, can't write them off. Renshaw had it. Renshaw had it.
Brilliant read there from
It's
Renshaw.
actually an interesting change of pace, because you would have thought that because Michelle and Renshaw were already quite far forward, halfway up the court, they wouldn't go hard. She just bumped it.
Yeah.
Caused a little bit of chaos.
And I think Renshaw
Renshaw serving for the match.
We have a
Oh, that spin! Once
That
again,
lefty
Michelle
spin.
van Staden with the unbelievable vibra. Well, unbelievable from the opponent's perspective. Like, you think it's spinning one way, and you actually in disbelief that it's going to spin the other way.
Siobhan, we have a tiebreak 10s match point
point.
here.
Great bandeja from Renshaw there.
Very good read there.
You can see how much calmer Elisma is when it's coming from a right-handed player.
And that drive goes just long.
And the
Royal Flush takes.
The men from the Royal Flush team will be very happy that they have a 5-point cushion going into the first mixed match.
Completely agree. I think, Siobhan, again, let's quickly talk. What are some tactics, potential tactics we're going to see, discussions taking place between the players?
I think they
regarding
definitely
these mixed games.
Now we know obviously that because Chris is going to play on that side, it's up to the lobs to not. If you're not confident that the lady is going to defend the overheads from Chris into that corner, and we saw how much impact Michelle's lefty overhead is going to have. if that's the case, Scott's going to be thinking, okay, how do we get, when we play against Chris, what's the dynamic going to be? How are we going to lob? How are we going to defend it? Because you can't really say, okay, we just don't hit the Chris. That's not how it works.
Yes.
But the first matchup is actually Michelle van Staden and Luan Krikke against Scott and Elisma. Scott with the Inspector Gadget reach. In the world of South African paddle, Scott is known for swinging late, swinging slow, but hitting unbelievable angles and having such good hands.
And ridiculous control from Scott, just really able to slow the pace down.
And that's the thing. So in Scott's end range, at the end of Scott's reach, he has almost as much control as when the ball's right next to him. And that's what throws people off. You don't think Scott's going to be able to control a particular ball because you think it's away from him. But he just flicks it or reaches it, and he does exactly what he wants to do with the ball. And that's what makes him so difficult to play against.
Completely agree. This is going to be an interesting matchup. I can assume Scott won't want any of those during the game.
Get those smashes out while you're still warming up. And we're off. Scott to serve for Powerhouse. Luan getting a racket but hitting the fence there. And that's the reach from Scott.
Yeah.
That wasn't a bad lob for pretty much everyone under 6'3".
Under Scott's height. Good catch.
Ooh, Luan deciding to let that bounce. Luan's not someone who really wants to.
Oh, Luan going for the rush there.
Except when he runs forward. When you love Luan, he feels like the calmest person. As soon as he's running at you, it's very, very frantic.
Beautiful hands there from Michelle.
Amazing hands from Michelle. Not change direction, very important, because again, Scott looks like he's not there. If you try to go down the middle, change direction, Scott will pass you. Yeah, it's not all reach from Scott. He does move well.
Brilliant.
Just because he has reach doesn't mean he doesn't move. Scott is a very, very good mover. He reads the game so well, and the fact that he has this extra reach means like you're basically playing against two Scotts. But when Luan moves like that,
Really tough. Really
You can
tough.
only reach if you know it's coming.
For sure. And I also think the challenges, especially in these mixed games, as the left-sided player, you're trying to cover the middle, which always runs the risk of leaving that side towards the fence open. And we've seen it a few times throughout the day where the guys have just dinked it
But
to the
Luan's
fence.
also an expert at finding that gap. Elizabeth, seeing that Luan moved early, just sliced it though.
Yes.
Just broke her wrist a bit too early there.
Just playing that slowly and flat would have done the job perfectly.
There's no team talk. It looks like both teams are pretty confident with how they're doing. It's 3-all. No need to complicate it anything.
I think both teams know exactly what they have to do to win this, and
More lobs like that would help. Oh, Scott!
I think Scott hoping that would come a little bit higher.
I actually think
Stayed-
Scott thought Luan's smash was going to be better.
Completely agree
Michelle
with you.
did everything right to set Luan up there. And that's what she's been doing the whole tiebreak 10s journey. Setting Luan up for the finish. Because she can do this all day. Michelle, the absolute rock. Oh, what a point!
Absolutely
What a point!
brilliant beach tennis we're seeing here, Siobhan.
Michelle just
taka-taka
staying
there at
in
the
it for
net.
so long. That was 99% Michelle van Staden. Defensive rock. Eventually caving under the immense pressure. But
Not-
well done. If they have to work that hard to get past Michelle every single point, they're going to have to work very hard.
And that gives Powerhouse the 4-5 lead still
I
on
don't think
serve
Michelle
though.
had recovered before that last point. That's the thing about this format. You need to stay on it. No, you back Michelle. You back Michelle.
Double-handed
You know, the other
backhand
thing, when
block.
you put so much pressure on a player like Michelle, she's just going to get used to it. She's going to
Yes.
get better at dealing with it.
Brilliant serve there from Luan down
Not
the
too many
team.
aces that we've seen today, but that was an inch perfect serve. It's one of those 50-50 ones. You know it's Adidas balls, but you still can't let that hit the glass. I think she had to take it before, or she had to move much closer towards the glass to return that. It's not going to come back to you.
And that return from...
I think it's not
from
just the
Luan.
return, it's the fact that Luan charges afterwards that puts Elisma under so much more pressure than she would normally be.
she
Normally she could just push it back.
Yes.
But Luan is going to milk that ball if you push it over the net like
So
that.
she almost feels forced to change the direction
Or
towards
she has to
Michelle's
try to hit
side.
it low, because you have to make Luan play
Yes.
up. If Luan plays down there, one of you is getting hit in the chest.
Yes. Okay, and that's the first mini break of the...
So it's the first big momentum shift.
Yes.
And what's strange is it's after the momentum seemed to be going Powerhouse's way after that long rally where they targeted Michelle. Since then, it's been Royal Flash's way. Great return from Michelle. Luan's. Ooh, don't think Luan did well there. Michelle's doing unreal.
Absolutely unreal there from Scott. From Michelle as well to stay in that as long as she did.
But you know, that all started because Luan tried to play a Chiquita and he didn't let Scott play up. Scott played down that entire time. It's pretty much impossible to win that point when one team's playing down, one team's playing up.
The one's always on the defense and the other one's always on the attack.
Yeah, Michelle should be telling Luan, that's how you make someone play up. That's how you do it.
Really tough those lobs always when you're trying to get forward as quick as possible to break that momentum and keep the ball in play. Almost got to try and not hit it.
That's out. No mistake from Luan there.
And Siobhan, just like that, Royal Flush has a tiebreak 10s match point. They're going to have to do some work here in order to break.
Yeah,
Stop
Powerhouse
serve
needs to
for
come
it.
back. They don't want to have too much to do in the next match. Or in the next 2 matches. Michelle Van started with an impossible angle.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I did not. I don't think Elisma could have got there. That was literally 1 centimeter from hitting the glass.
Completely agree with you. Brilliant
When
matchup
those
there.
points go your way, and again, she just got so used to playing that fast shots. They almost she knows that it's coming to her. No matter where the ball is, Michelle's starting to read that it's going to come to her, and she's just always on fire. She's always on her toes because she knows, okay, the ball's going to come to me, the ball's going to come to me. And you never lose that intensity. If they change the pace and start hitting Luan's glass, pushing Luan back, if they change then to Michelle and catch her off guard, then they might get
a different game.
Then it becomes a different game. But that's the one
Completely
thing when you
agree.
target one player and someone as skilled as Michelle, if she's always on, then you always have a brick wall to break down.
That's the whole story of in paddle. There's this concept called fridging. It's not a, I don't think it really happens as much as at a high level, but essentially the concept of fridging is where one player becomes colder than another player in terms of they're not playing as many balls. Now the challenge is always when you're the player sitting in the fridge, not that I would know, but when you are that player, from my understanding, is that you oftentimes the better player, and that's why the ball's not coming to you. But then the 1 or 2 times you happen to get the ball, you're almost surprised by it.
We
and
try
then-
to do too much.
Exactly, one of the two. So to every now and then switch it up, not play to Michelle, because I believe Michelle essentially sits in the oven on the right hand side and then she just starts cooking, you know?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Nick. Michelle was definitely cooking there. Michelle probably played, I would love to know the stats, but maybe 85% of all the balls Michelle hit, and she still won that match pretty much by herself by hitting 85% of the balls.
Completely agree.
I mean, that's what makes her, I would say, top 5 ladies in South Africa. And that's me being uncontroversial.
I think, who do we have up next year? We've got Philip here on the...
Philip Franken, going to be playing on the left.
Alongside Marty. And then on the far side, we've got Rensha playing alongside Chris, who obviously replaces Aaron Marks, who couldn't make it
Rensha having
today.
a slightly easier time than a lot of the ladies because she only has to play on the left. No side switching for Rensha in this wing. Shout out again to Aaron Marks, who we deeply missed today. Here we go. Powerhouse to serve. Of course, a must-win match for Powerhouse.
100%.
Regardless of the score.
I completely agree. If they lose this, they are out of the tiebreak 10s today. Siobhan, interesting thing we're seeing on court here is we have Chris, who is a lefty, so he's obviously playing on the right-hand side. How does that change the dynamic of this game?
I think we just saw it there. The fact that Chris is on that side means that when he hits the overhead, it's going to go cross-court to Marty. Very different when you have to defend, or not just a smash like that, but your threat of how you lob in compared to a normal match is completely shifted. In all other mixed matches that Marty probably played in her life, the guy would have been opposite her on the left-hand side. Great angle from Renshaw.
Really tough. I think Marty did really, really well there. Just a little bit difficult to handle the pressure consistently. And that last overhead from Renshaw to Philip's fence, tough to deal with. 1-2. Beautiful lob there from Marty. So the backhand drive there from Philip.
Oh, what a...
Absolutely ridiculous.
Unbelievable. Long busting point. Everyone's holding their hips. Philip Franken not giving you ice in winter, Nick. That is completely characteristic of the way Philip plays.
Absolutely sensational.
That's such a momentum shift. Such a momentum shift. I wouldn't be surprised if Powers wins the next few points. It just hurts less when you win a point like that, physically and mentally.
Completely agree.
I think Marty should leave that. I think Philip can cover it. I think we said this earlier, because Chris's technique is 19% spin, and then the rest is just because he's leverage from being so tall.
Yes.
Doesn't have a lot of meat behind it. So it's not gonna, if it doesn't spin out, which it doesn't look like that was going to because it was so in the corner, she should just let it bounce. Philip can cover it.
Yes. So it's gonna take a little
I
bit.
think that's exactly what Philip just told her.
And it's gonna take a little bit of self-control, because obviously when that ball's getting hit straight at you, it's
you know
natural
you
to
can't
try and
defend
block
it, yeah.
So
I mean, unless it's coming straight to her face, she should just leave it.
yes.
Renshaw
Brilliant
going for
drive
too
there.
much. I mean, the volley was there.
Yeah.
She just put a little bit too much on it.
But both
Uncharacteristic mistake from Renshaw.
both the drives from Philip and from Marty really tough, trying to hit it hard.
Oh, what a gun show.
What a pickup from Chris.
Oh, pause. And well, fair
beautiful
enough,
point
the point was
building.
actually neutral. The point was definitely neutral at that point.
Yes. That's why I was so excited to see the rest of it.
Philip and Marty, I think, just lost the net there. Okay, heart rate should be lowering down now. Oh, what a shot down the middle. Oh, Chris with the reach. Chris with the reach. Oh, one reach too much. One reach too much.
I don't know how tactically this would have been, but I saw a massive gap there down the line for Chris to take it late and go towards the fence with that backhand.
I did see that. That is unbelievable.
Absolutely unreal.
Philip Franken playing chess while everyone else is playing paddle. He is moving the ball like he has 10 hours per shot.
Absolutely ridiculous
Funny stat,
to
Nick,
watch.
the last time Philip Franken made an unforced error, he was only 5 years old.
I love that.
That's kind of what you have to do. You have to exploit those soft shots that Philip hits. In that sense, he absolutely nailed the smash. But Philip needs to be thinking a little bit harder about the fact that he might want to lob rather on his right shoulder and not let Chris cross in the air.
Yes. Oh, a beautiful
That was a
backhand
tough
volley
one.
there from Chris.
I wonder if Philip felt like he had to hit that because Marty was actually covering them in the middle. She would have a little ball bounce and have a not too difficult of a shot. But I think Philip is maybe thinking that that backhand volley hit had to be a little bit better.
That puts us at 6-5. That first serve from Monty just going a little bit long. And the ball into the court.
Well, someone is smashing very big on that court, clearly.
Well,
it's half here, I think.
Alia Fickers
yeah.
there.
Great shot by Ranger. That was a two-punch combo, eh?
Very good.
Chiquita down the line, charging the volley down the middle.
Volley down the middle.
And it's all square after all that.
Absolutely crazy. Siobhan, this is why we're here. This is why we love this. It's exciting. It's nail-biting. It keeps the players on their toes. It keeps the fans on their toes. Looks like some people are going to have a heart attack sitting here in front of me watching this.
Yeah,
They have no idea what's going on. Along with all the beer.
There's no betting partner, so this is pure raw emotion.
Completely agree. Great lob there.
That's a tough cross. Philip needs to be so careful about hitting down the middle there. He exposes Marty significantly. I think in that situation, you should go for the lob. Even if it's not a great lob, Elizabeth's not going to win the point off the overhead. I mean, Rensha's not going to win the point off the overhead.
And the roll flush is 7-6 up.
Double fault.
That is something we do not see a lot.
I would do the same. Chris just talking to Rensha, telling her, don't even think about it. Chris going for the reach. Philip getting that inch perfect, knowing that he has to keep it away from Chris. Philip getting that angle absolutely
and Chris
perfect.
put everything into it, and he just couldn't get there.
Ooh, that was a bit casual from Marty. I wonder what she was
so.
trying to do there. It was a half volley, but she took quite a big swing there.
I think she caught herself just in a bad position there after the volley.
It was
from
a bad
Chris.
position.
She just had to put the racket in the way and hope for the best.
Philip going back to Chris there. Well done. Marty doing so well there. So well there.
Very well played.
Rensha hitting a great backhand behind her.
Looked like a little bit of a miscommunication there with that drive.
It is a tiebreak 10s match point to Powerhouse, and the momentum shifting significantly from that double fault from Rensha. Oh my word, Philip Franken missing a ball. Everyone's in disbelief. A rare sight on the tiebreak 10s match point for Philip to miss that specific shot.
And that puts us at 9-all.
Philip might have a sleepless night over that if they lose this match. Only one though. He knows he's not going to miss for another 10 years. What a time. What a match. Great lead from Rensha, by the way.
Very good. And what a tournament, Siobhan. Absolutely.
Nail biting. Oh, Chris.
You
see how much spin it has, eh?
Lots of spin.
And I didn't think he'd be able to get it out at all, and it because he was so close to the middle, he has no angle to work with there.
Yes.
Just raw spin to bounce the ball so close to that fence.
And I think
Philip had no chance to get there. And it all comes down to that Philip Franken volley.
Absolutely nail biting.
What would Philip give to have that volley again?
What would we all not give to have a shot back here and there, but even more so in this format. I think
and Philip did everything right in that point
taking
there.
That 11
he did everything right there.
So I'm assuming we are going to have the
just
men's
a fun
match
because it's 3-0.
Correct. So maybe a good opportunity for Chris and Luan just to figure out who.
I mean, to be honest, after this, they still have another playoff match. So they want to stay warm. They want to stay fresh. Because in the next match, also they have to put this away out their minds. Because in the next match, they're playing for prize money, and the difference between 3 and 4 is
quite significant.
It's significant enough to take it seriously, for sure. Once again, everyone, you can come through to Epicenter if you want to watch the last few playoff matches. It's the last little push from all the regions.
Thanks again to our sponsors, Tiebreak 10s. They're going to get going with this match quickly here in front of us. They won't make any difference to this fixture, more for the guys just to stay warm, ensure they know what to expect and don't lose the momentum.
Intensity, just get that little bit of extra practice. Also to have fun, and you're on the streaming court, so
yeah,
you want to look good.
100%. Until we get them off camera and interview someone here behind us. A ridiculous spin on that.
Luan, I think he's back on the tennis court again, going for the double-handed top spin drive.
Did you see the amount of spin Scott put on that ball?
Unreal.
That wrist movement, absolutely insane.
Oh, Luan, I can see what Luan wanted to do there. 100% those last 2 points, Luan does not do what he did there if they needed to win this match.
Scott calls it off and maybe
Scott
regrets
was
calling
in a
it
fine
off
position there.
Yes.
But Luan... but again, if you don't know, Alya is on the other court, so the ball will be coming over.
Continuously.
Chris trying to put it through Philip Franken's chest there.
Well, we got Alya and Camwe on the next door court.
I expect the court to be expect the ball to be coming over a little bit often. (6-0) to Powerhouse. We've seen this a few times when it's a little bit of a dead rubber.
Yes, and I think the challenge that Luan and Chris might want to just watch out for.
Intensity can carry through to the next match. Yeah.
That lack of focus.
You have to stay focused. You have to stay intense. And also just like for the fans, like give us
what we want to see.
Give us something to talk about here. Scott with that reach again. I wonder how much of the prize money Aaron Marks is taking if he's in Portugal now. He did get them to the final. I'm sure his team worked something out there. Chris definitely earned his fair share though. Great performance from Chris today.
Oh, and that forehand volley.
A little bit of a teasing one from Scott.
Guys, we've got a bit of a, if you want to call it an exhibition match here in front of us at the moment. The fixture was won by Royal Flush in the previous match. So these guys will just be playing to keep the intensity up, stay warm, and give the fans a little bit something. That trademark gancho to the fence from Philip, and they take that 10 love. Am I correct?
Yeah. 10-0. For everyone listening, the team that's in the final made history as well. I don't think there's been a 10-0.
Absolutely crazy.
Definitely not today, but I wonder if there's been a 10-0 in any match in any region.
Very interesting.
Might be the first tiebreak 10s bagel.
That's actually a fact we must try and find out.
I mean, Luan and Chris will happily eat that bagel as they go to the final.
Yeah, for sure. I honestly think they don't really care. I mean, they're playing in the final, but they did just lose 10 love. And Lee, if you're listening, is that the first tiebreak 10s bagel? Is that the first 10 love game? Okay, guys, let's give it a bit of a break. I guess the players are just gonna quickly take some time, rest, get the heart rates down, get the focus back on. Just as a reminder, in the finals we have Project 10s, Tremaine Mitchell, Aiden Carazito, Debbie van Aswegen and Monet Rose playing against Cape Town's Royal Flush, Luan Krikke, Chris Westerhoff, Michelle van Staden and Rensha de Lange in the tiebreak 10s final down here in Cape Town Epicenter. If you are in the area, in the mother city, come down, come have a watch. The stands are filling up. I think there's about 1, 2, 3, 4 seats left. But great vibe. Got a DJ playing some music there from one of the sponsors, Red Bull. Always bringing the vibe. Got tiebreak 10s, main title sponsor. Thanks to
Such a
tiebreak 10s.
well-deserved final as well. We have the 4 best ladies in the competition against the 4 best guys in the competition.
And are we excited for that, Siobhan?
Very, very excited.
It's North versus South as well.
Yeah. It's a little bit of Cape Town versus Gauteng.
Which is great.
We have a third, fourth.
Also, just that's obviously being the final. Okay, obviously the final being Royal Flush against Project 10s in the 3rd, 4th playoff. Just a reminder, there's money for every single position, all the way from 1 to 8. This is the finals. So from the regionals, everyone here today will walk away with something. In the 3rd, 4th playoff, we have from Johannesburg, Afri Sout, consisting of Paul Anderson, Jean-Louis van Antwerpen, Zinal Perro, and Corin Hambridge. Then taking them from Cape Town, we have Scott Weisel, Philip Franken, Marty Wall, and Elisma Slabbert, and they will be fighting for 3rd and 4th place in the next approximately 5 minutes. Lee, if you're listening, can we get a player up here for an interview, please?
Maybe they can go. Fuck, then who was I guessing? Okay, all right.
Luan, thanks
How's
for
it?
joining us.
Thank you so much.
A little bit nail biting there.
I don't know what happened there, but luckily our team pulled it through.
I think.
But that was stressful. Jeez.
I think maybe first bagel, just by the way.
Yeah, it must be. I can't believe it, eh?
But pressure right off of you guys. Your mixed teams, your ladies really.
Yeah, our ladies
came to the
are
party
playing exceptionally well today.
And didn't put the pressure on you to finish it off at the
Yeah,
end.
luckily.
How does it feel? You're playing for 270,000 Rand now. Ready? Pressure, nerves kicking in yet?
There is nerves. I'm trying not to think about the money. I'm not here for the money though. I'm here for this amazing tournament. The tiebreak 10s has been insane. Hopefully this can be bigger and bigger every year and get more teams involved, get the ladies more involved. But I am nervous, I'm not going to lie.
No, I
Pretty
mean
nervous.
for sure, and it's a great format. That's what's so exciting. We've seen over and over is the guys going 5-1, 5-2 up, and the next thing it's 7-5, guys down. Just a little bit on the format. How have you experienced it? Nerves, obviously, a little bit more the team aspect. You enjoying it?
I love it. This it's a very momentum thing, this tiebreak 10s. If your team has momentum, it just helps everyone out. Where if you win match, lose a match, it's the momentum can switch very, very quickly. But overall, I've had so much fun. I was actually not seeing too much out to this because I played the tiebreak 10s when I was younger in tennis, and Yeah, it's I've had some bad luck with the tiebreak 10s. I'm not typically a very lucky person, but overall it's been amazing experience. I love this whole vibe. It's been really good.
Awesome, Luan. Just a little bit, you're quite known for your athleticism on court. Today, in the tiebreak 10s format, speeding it up, trying to get to the net quickly, how important is making that decision of when to do that for you, especially in this format where you're going to the net a little bit quicker, and suddenly you miss a volley into the net. That point is so important, but you still do it. Is it something you feel is worth the risk, or what's your take on that?
I always believe in risk to reward. So for me, it's like, especially the beginning of the 10-point ties, is get points as quickly as you can. Try and get the quickest points. But overall, this is how I play in normal matches as well. I'm used to this type of style, moving forward, going quickly. But there is sometimes where I'm too tentative to finish the point, and that's one thing we're trying to fix in our team is forget about the money first, forget about the points. Let's play normal paddle, be aggressive, don't be tentative, because that's normally what I think cost everyone matches. It's being,
for sure,
holding yourself back, not hitting the ball. But for me personally, I love this format because it suits my game. That quick volley and running and
100%.
stuff.
And as you said, how important the momentum is. That style of play gives you a little bit of momentum, especially early on.
Yes.
And Luan, thanks a lot. Good luck for the final.
Thank you so much.
All the best.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Appreciate it.
See you on court.
See you on court. Thank you.
And Powerhouse in the playoff for 3rd and 4th place, winning the first point against Afrisoap. On the far side, Sanal on the right, of your screen, but on the left side in paddle, and Karen playing on the right side. I think that was out, yeah. Might be on the left on the near side of your screen, Elisma on the right. Well, now Elisma's on the left. I think they got away with that. Karen having a very easy overhead there.
Almost a little bit too easy, Siobhan.
They're going to have to pick up the intensity again, Nick. There's still a lot to play for you.
Completely agree. It's not...
You want a podium finish. This is for 3rd place.
Great spin on that backhand there from Karen.
Oh my word, Marty. Unbelievable. I was just about to say Karen did well to change the pace up. And Marty was like, nah. I'm just going to flick it past you.
Ridiculous.
Karen's there. Oh, Karen, no mercy there. You're going to have to smash a lot better than that. Karen actually did well not to touch the net there.
Very well.
Her follow through was over the net, but she made contact on her side.
Out of interest sake, are we playing with new balls or are we playing with...
No new balls.
No new balls, okay. Because I wanted to say that sounded like quite a good connection on that smash. I think these Adidas balls have been beautiful dodge there.
What a dodge by Zanel. It looked like she was in control there.
Definitely. I think it just came into her body a little bit more aggressively than she thought it would. But regardless, brilliant matchup building here. (5-2) to Powerhouse.
I saw what Marty saw. The gap.
Definitely.
Zanal looking for the cross.
Zanal would have been completely off balance there had that come over and she got to it. And that backhand volley.
That's like the 3rd one from Zanal.
Siobhan, do you think there's a challenge of trying to get the intensity back up here?
I said that in the beginning, eh? It was
After
a slow start.
Yeah. That lob just going long.
So now and Kara need to... One of them needs to be the one that wakes the team up. I expect some leadership to come from Kara now.
Double fault.
Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's something, sometimes that's what they need. They'll be like, okay, no. We have to win this. We have to win this.
And we actually saw earlier how a double fault can completely shift the momentum.
Sorry, Terentia. I'm sure she wants to forget that. Oh, good reset from Elisma.
Very good. And that is 8-4, 4-8 to Powerhouse. They will be looking to try and get this mini break and then have 2 serves to serve for it. Regardless, they will have the opportunity to serve for this tiebreak 10 match. Was that going out?
Yeah. They need to fight for the points. Remember.
And that just.
Yeah. But remember the score. The points matter. It could end up being 2 games all, and then it comes down to points. So still more to play for.
Counts.
It's not over.
And that
mistakes
cross
like that can cost you. It was a perfect cross though. Elizabeth was doing exactly what she was supposed to do there.
Just maybe looked for a little bit too much. Great lob there from Karen. Oh, beautiful glass work. Survive, survive, survive.
Such net dominance by Karen and Zanal, not giving them any opportunity to retake the net.
And as you said, every single point counts, from being 8-4 to 9-6. Really makes a difference.
Karen going for the slow one, and you know that slow one's almost teasing because you're like, okay, it's slow and now I can actually try to do something with it. But in battle, she just lob.
Completely agree. Oh, and just like that.
A quick fire mistake from Mighty. Still tiebreak 10s match point to Powerhouse. Elizabeth serve.
They'll be looking to finish this off here.
Second serve. A little bit of drama.
Not make this go on any longer.
It's already dramatic that they closed the gap, just in terms of the points difference in the tie. There has been a collapse. We've witnessed a significant collapse, Nick.
I don't really know what to say. I think they were so in control of that match, and I don't...
Well, to be honest, Zanal and Karen just stopped missing. They didn't actually have to do anything else except stop making unforced errors.
And it's almost as if Elizma and Marty started making a few unforced errors. So it's a bit of a double whammy in terms of the one team stopped making errors and the other team started making errors. And then it's really difficult to keep your momentum. A little bit of frustration.
Predictable frustration of Elizma. I fully understand where she's coming from there. But it's such a curious collapse, Nick. I mean, it's not fitness. Could have been some concentration. When your opponents are playing very poorly,
and they still suddenly start playing a lot
and they
better,
suddenly stop making
difficult.
those mistakes, for you to regain your rhythm. So remember, when someone is making all those easy mistakes, you lose your rhythm. Karen's there. Karen's not there.
Absolutely.
Zanel would pay half her prize money for that smash again, I'm sure. If we had to ask her, what would you do to get that smash back? How did she hit the fence? Very unlucky. What's up?
That goes just long and gives...
Marty has missed, what, 4 returns in a row or something?
That gives Karen and Zanel a
tiebreak 10s match point.
Beautiful gantry there, straight at...
Marty saw Karen coming forward.
Tough to deal with that.
It's a very tentative over down the middle. I knew the point was pretty much going to go to Afri because Zanal was not going to let that go.
And Zanal getting to serve
for the
tiebreak 10s match point here. Was that a let or was that out?
I think it was a let.
Oh, what a block. Oh!
It was a strange match, Nick.
Very strange. Was it, Siobhan, tell me one thing. Was that double fault the difference?
You know what, Nick? If you watch it again, it was a symbol. It might have not have been the swing, but it was symbolic of a lapse of concentration.
Which just happened to continue into the next few
And they couldn't snap out of it. They actually snapped out of it in the very next point, and then from there it was a complete collapse.
Yeah.
They swapped at 8-4.
Yeah.
And then it was 9-4 or 9-5.
It was 9-5, and they got to.
And then it was 10-9.
And then they got the mini break. Corin and Zanal got the mini break, and then they were just on a roll to 9-all, 10-9, and that was a final score of 13-11
But yeah,
to Afrisote.
if you look back at it, you're right. That double fault, we said it might be a difference maker, and it turned out it was, if not the difference maker, it was definitely a symbol of their mental space.
Philip almost taking Zanal out there as she walked onto the court. I don't think he saw it coming on.
Epicenter's filling up nicely, Nick.
Yeah, those 4 seats I spoke of earlier are just about full, but I'm sure if you come down and come watch some great paddle tiebreak 10s, you could probably find yourself or make yourself a seat. Lots of Springbok rugby jerseys here. I'm sure we're going to see some DSTV stream cell phones going on as the rugby starts. What better way to spend your Saturday afternoon watching rugby in the one hand and some great tiebreak 10s paddle right in front of you.
Episode. Is that out? Okay, from here it didn't look out. Paul equally confused, but yeah. Anyway, 1-0 to Powerhouse. A double fault and a missed return. Not the start Paul thought of when he walked onto the court. Zanal just freezing there for a second. She saw Paul run forward and then she just chilled. What's interesting is Zanal's not coming forward on Marty's overheads, and that's what Marty excels at when you come forward, because she has that wrist movement at the end. Her trajectory is very short.
Yes. Oh, Paul going for that.
Paul should 100% leave that. Overcompensating for the altitude maybe. Or the lack of altitude. Oh, what a volley. That is a knifed volley.
Marty hitting that return really hard, but almost making it that tough for Philip to recover.
I think Philip was also
corner.
leaning on his right leg, so he couldn't like shift. One corner shot too many for Philip to handle there.
Philip almost had to take a step or two forward.
It's much more like, I'm sure Paul wished that his shot selection was like that in the semi-final. So calm, so measured. But to be honest,
well
like It's pretty suffocating sometimes to play against Tremaine, who closes as hard as he does. And against Luan, both of them close so well.
Puts us at 3-5.
So well plays volley from Philip.
Yeah,
There's also one of those 50-50 ones. You know it's going to die if it hits the back. Great shot from Zanal. Very good shot.
Zanal to serve at 5-6. Back on serve.
So calm from Philip.
Oh, and
Marty opening up her wrist so much there on that shot. And we've seen her hit that flat the entire tiebreak 10's journey.
What I think happened there is she saw Philip was at the net and she wanted to go join him. That's why she decided to take it before the glass, try to speed it up a bit so she can rush forward to the net. Oh.
Philip misreading that. But Zanal's finding that corner so nicely. So nicely with that backhand volley. Dare we say another tennis player with a signature backhand volley. We've been saying it all day.
Yeah. Come on, talk about the non-tennis players. Oh wait, everyone here play tennis.
yeah. Definitely everyone on this court play tennis.
Absolutely ridiculous placement there from Philip.
Now, why did Philip not do that at 9-8 in the previous match? Yeah, I'm sure he'll be asking himself the same question. Great shot from Paul. Even though Marty knew it was coming there, so difficult to defend.
Marty almost undecisive, it looked like, whether to get to the net more aggressively
Actually,
or to stay behind.
Positioning was a bit off. Paul doing an X3 from there.
How did that go out the court?
I have no idea how Paul managed to do that.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I'm not even sure he was meant to do that, to be honest.
I don't think so.
That's not really something you aim to.
Big smash there.
Where is the smash coming from? We have not seen Paul just start banging overheads. Well done though, he's found his rhythm. And as I said, Nick, it still counts, it still matters. Coming third, it's definitely something to play for.
For sure, and that's 5 points they have to their disposal there, and have won the first two, which means from here on out, it is a must-win for Powerhouse.
And to think they had so many tiebreak 10s match points.
100%. I think there will definitely be one or two decisions, not from a specific shot decision, but more from just getting back into the game decisions, from a mental point of view, that I think Elisma and Marty will kind of maybe not sleep too well about tonight.
Only if they lose, Nick. Their team can still pull through.
100%.
If anything, Elisma has a shot to redeem herself from that double fault.
Right here, right now.
Can't write Scott off.
Never. Mr. Everywhere. Just can't get rid of him.
Just a reminder, so Nick, in that first match there's a 2-point difference. In the second match, is it a 5-point difference? So total of a 5-point difference overall.
5-point difference overall. It was 13-11 and 10-7. Both matches going to Afrisoet, all the way from Johannesburg.
Just something to look for, just in case Scott and Elizabeth do win.
Okay, and we are on our way, Jean-Louis to serve.
I think that's the tone of the match, Nick. Play to Elizabeth until Jean-Louis can finish it.
Completely agree, and
executed to perfection there by Jean-Louis.
Very well played. I mean, Scott is a really
considering
good
he also
player.
had a very, very juicy opportunity to finish that point in that semi-final. It's a
I
tough
do
serve.
recall.
That is a tough serve.
Great.
Oh, Karen missed the easier one. Didn't expect that.
She gets too ridiculous.
Karen has been lobbing unbelievably all day, defending that corner so well. We can almost expect every lob for that Karen hits to fall perfectly just before the glass. Jean-Louis breaking his wrist a bit too early there.
Just clips the top of the net and stays on his side.
This is the start episode 1. Ooh, Karen missing. Great start from Afrisode.
Yeah,
sorry, by Powerhouse.
I think
poor start from Afrisode. Scott could just choose where. There is nowhere Scott could have hit where he wouldn't have won the point there.
Scott is just everywhere.
Yeah.
Being able to move and having that reach he has.
Okay, swapping at 5-2. Elizabeth's on the way to bringing it back for her team and putting the pressure back on the guys.
Oh, that lob from Corin just goes a little bit long. And we are
I wonder
at
if Corin and
1-6.
Jean-Louis' intensity dropped a bit after winning those first 2 matches.
Very possible.
Elizabeth misreading that. The ball actually would have come straight back to her, just overrunning it in the corner.
Elizma going for that.
Interesting, that's the shot that she chose to go for. She was doing so well with that slow ones, just keeping the net. And we spoke about this so much today, like, just keeping the net just forces the errors from your opponents. You don't have to pull the trigger.
You're completely right. I think our idea there was to try and get... Great footwork there from Corin to get there.
Great Bahada by Jean-Louis.
Knifed
I
right
think
down
Scott
the middle.
thought Elizma was there. Elizma expressing the fact that she knows that was hers.
6-4. Looks like Jean-Louis and Corin have picked up a little bit of a momentum here, bringing it back to 5-6 and back on
And the
serve.
expression from Lisbon just says, "Oh, not this again." Lisbon's been playing so well. It's just that this is the nature of the format. That swings.
100%.
And you just have to stay focused.
Great Chiquita there, but gets replied by a beautiful lob.
Clean X3. Scott would have been out the door on any other court, but we're caught with run out space. But with his frame, it's very dangerous to go through that gap.
It is. And considering there's a court about half a meter right next to the door, it's not exactly the place you want to be running out. Corin to serve at 6-all on serve. Interesting, Elisma went for the half volley there. And
Looked like she
not
had so much
off
more
the
time,
glass.
yeah. I think when you feel like you are not playing well, you don't trust yourself. You just want to get it, you just want to get the ball in, and then you don't make that calm decision. Like if you compare the way Corin dealt with that.
That was ridiculous.
Clarity in
though.
thought.
Cross court.
Counter attack and Chiquita when you pass the white line. Textbook from Corin. I think once again, Scott would have been there if he hit it clean.
Yes.
Jean-Louis actually got away with that smash just because he mishit it.
Yes. Completely agree. It stayed really low. Scott was at the net, but that's really tough to get to crossing. Corin misses that.
I respect it.
Average shot here for the win.
Tiebreak 10s match point.
And fixture point. This is for
Yeah.
fixture.
Elisma unable to get out the way. Scott is definitely there.
Completely agree, and I think.
And again, they
that
swapped.
sums it
They
up.
swapped at 5-1, and they
Yeah.
only won 2 more points after that.
Yeah.
If you think in that context, it seems outrageous.
No,
From 5-1, you're halfway to 10, and you only win another 2 points. The other team won 9 points.
Completely agree, Siobhan. I think that's the thing with this format is it's so momentum based that you win until the momentum switches, and then you suddenly lose until you can get your momentum back.
So another dead rubber now. The last dead rubber, Philip and Scott won 10-0. So hopefully the crowd get a little bit more than that, but I think everyone's just keen to watch the final now.
For sure.
Well done to Afrisource for coming third.
And quite an intensive start there.
That is a better start.
Hopefully
that
we
is
can see
definitely
a
a
little
better
bit more
start.
of that.
Yeah. Scott putting his body on the line, just running forward there.
That's good to see in this dead rubber match. it's always appreciated when the guys are
Putting
trying
in
to
the
put on a
effort.
show for the fans, especially. Paul just struggling to deal with that one.
I think at that point Paul was like, okay, I can't go back to Philip because I know Philip's not going to miss.
Especially not when I'm playing up. Again, that spin.
Good point, good point. Jean-Louis' hands proving to be a little bit stronger. I like the fact that he used that double hand just to keep his racket stable. And on the previous block, even though it was on the right side of his body, he still used the backhand. And that's the skill that we need when you're blocking such high-level shots.
Yes, completely agree. That the
Committing to the backhand block.
The stability you get to that backhand is just, it's so obvious, and one knows it for a fact. You understand it. If you do it once, twice, you'll never block with the forehand again. Oh, Scott going for the little cheeky wrist flick there cross court.
Could be 2 broken rackets there.
Luckily, Jean-Louis knows a guy who sells a racket or two.
Yeah. I think Paul might be able to sort them both out.
Scott?
That's brilliant. Scott was so patient there. That last lob down the line messed with Jean-Louis' head.
He did not look as if he was ever under pressure.
Yeah. The one thing that I recommend from Paul is that he changes the pace. Like, yes, that slow one is fine to keep the net, but if you just keep mixing up the direction or the pace. Especially when someone is as confident in defense as Scott. You want to keep mixing up that pace.
And direction as well. I think Paul, there were about 4 overheads there that went straight down the middle. One maybe to the fence, one to the corner. Would have just caught Scott a little bit off guard.
After the first 2, it's not like he ran very close to the net again. He was hanging back like mid-court.
Scott just looks almost intimidatingly comfortable.
Good cover from Paul. Didn't think that would be a miss. Thought the point was going to be done there.
Yeah, me as well.
I think if Scott was playing for something in this match, he would have just run across and smashed it.
Very possibly. And we are currently at 8-4 to AfriShoat. And Paul goes for the X3. Sneaks over the top of the fence there. And that is a tiebreak 10s match point in the last one. We will have, if AfriShoat take this before the finals, but not a small feat. They'll have to break the brick wall that is Philip serve here. Beautiful backhand there. And Siobhan, let's take a bit of a, let's call it a commercial break until the finals.
Let's get ready for the final. I'm sure everyone's very keen to see a little bit of a north-south clash.
coming up next.
Very exciting.
Getting on that train right now.
We support paddle. That's what I want to do. Are there any KZNers in here? You guys suck. All the way to Garden Island to watch this. Is that what it's called? How are you? Now I speak English. Because I would like to take a photo of you during our CAD. You don't mind, right? So what I
want you to do, we're gonna fake it, right? So you're gonna just pretend as if you're drinking it. Okay? Keep it closed. You can drink it whenever you want. Just move up a little bit. That way.
Come back.
I'll
Thank
tell
you.
you now.
We're giving it back.
Okay? I know it's forward.
I'm giving him heart attacks at home.
I'll let you know now. I'm just taking a quick shot. Hold on.
Oh my God, like my heart.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
So there's a lot to play for.
Is that okay?
And this is the final. We have Royal Flush from Cape Town on the far side and the Gauteng team. Project 10s on my near side. Unreal athleticism from Devi. They just can't get it past Devi! Rich and Michelle being consistent and being willing to win the point 5 or 6 times. All the lobs going to Michelle's side. It's going to be interesting to see how that tactic develops. I think that's why. I think that's why. Range is pretty merciless when it comes to that, nailing the ball into that corner. Michelle can maybe overthink it sometimes, but she has that variety. And whenever you have variety and a huge category of shots, choosing the right one in the beginning of the match becomes very, very important.
Royal Flush getting the mini break to go 4-2 up there. Massive to keep the momentum going forward for them. Monet and Debbie will try their best to swing the momentum to their side.
It's a good serve.
Michelle taking that one a little bit in front of her.
Still a mini break. Oh, that lefty serve, yeah. I knew it was going to die. I knew that ball was going to die. You can see it swing from our angle. You can just see that ball swing. Michelle proving so difficult to play throughout this competition. 2 missed returns though. Look, as good as those serves are and as tricky as the lefty spin is, you'd expect Debbie and Michelle to deal with that.
Completely agree. Absolutely.
Almost a no-look
class.
Almost a no-look body from Debbie. A little bit of a Bobby Firmino.
Just changing the direction, making it look so easy. Big smash from Monet.
Oh, good reach from Michelle.
Very good.
Sometimes you forget Michelle's quite tall.
Not much.
She can reach those balls. She can reach those balls. But yeah, not much for Incha to do there. Oh, it's a good leave. That's a good leave. Someone in the crowd shouting for Incha to leave the ball. I think Incha knows. I think Incha knows.
It's not her first time on the paddle court.
Such a clear thought process when you see Rencha play. Her decision making completely clear. You don't really see her hesitate. You don't see her be tentative. She has a clear idea of what she wants to do and she just does it.
Yeah, and I think we're just going to touch wood on that one because we don't want to be blamed for another commentator's curse today.
It's a good idea. She saw Mane was recovering.
Just
she wanted to have a little bit of a slower slice. I think she just hit that too high.
And a little bit too early, I think.
And a little bit too early.
Wasn't necessary to go for that much angle, I would say.
No. Just make Mane play up. One more time.
Oh, and that was in.
Michelle just not letting Mane play down.
Yeah, just going up to a forehand, maybe the wrong decision to the...
But she was ready for it.
Yeah.
Credit to Mane, didn't lose sight of what she wanted to do.
That's 7-all.
That's a good drive.
What athleticism there.
It actually went so slow. I think Mane just committed to hitting it so early.
Again,
also,
maybe
like as you twist and hit it, it makes it 10 times more difficult than when you're already sideways.
maybe a little bit of high-felt instinct coming in there.
Maybe. Great volley from Michelle. Great volley from Michelle.
And that's a tiebreak 10s match point for
And
Royal
there has
Flush.
been confirmation they are playing with new balls in the final. A little bit of extra spring.
For sure.
Michelle going for that same volley.
That smash from Michelle.
You know, I've
just going
noticed almost all their lobs have gone to Michelle. And it's not because Michelle doesn't have good overheads. I think it's just because they feel more confident in their ability to defend when she hits it hard.
Yes.
But when Rensha hits it hard, they haven't been able to defend one. Unlucky from Rensha. I can't believe she
Very
missed
unlucky.
that.
That puts us at 9-all.
So what's happening is it seems like for the weaker lobs, they'll rather go to Michelle.
Yes.
And for when they can lob, they'll go to Rensha. Because Michelle seems to have a more threatening vibra.
Yes,
And
that-
Rensha has a more threatening smash.
Exactly what I wanted to say. So as soon as you push them back,
And because,
Michelle's
because
forced
these
to
are
hit that
basically
vibra.
like arguably the top 4 ladies in the country.
Beautiful lob. Got some commentary in the crowd here as well.
That's 2 4-1 volleys from Rensha. 2 4-1 volleys from Rensha. Possibly like the 2 4-1 volleys that she's missed in the whole tournament.
Still on serve.
What's interesting is, because they play each other quite often, I wonder if this was a preconceived plan from Debbie and Mane. Because they did it from the first point.
Yes.
And there, once again, if you look at that, so they had a good position to lob. And then
Yes.
they lobbed Michelle, and then Avibra was so good that it spun into Debbie, and then she had a weak lob after that.
Yep.
And that's, I think, why they wanted to change that tactic. They just didn't execute it there. Yeah, it's the tactic. We can see it. It's so clear.
100%.
Very, very clear.
And it's working.
Yeah,
It is
it's
working.
To the frustration of Michelle.
And just like
and
that.
I wouldn't think the tactic would work that well because Michelle's so consistent out in that midcourt. It's just the pressure.
Monet has an opportunity there to serve for it.
Tiebreak 10s match point. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Exactly what we spoke about there. That deeper lob, forcing Rensha to play it from
Yeah,
nice
yeah,
and
yeah.
deep. And just in terms of quality, nothing
Yeah.
against Rensha's quality of her overheads, but Michelle's consistency on her overhead
Yes.
from deeper in the
Yes.
court is consistently better than
Yes.
Rensha's, and that's why they try to force that lob deep to Rensha, and then Rensha's kind of aggressiveness and danger on the shorter lobs was a lot more. That's why with the shorter lobs, when they were under more pressure, they would try and force that lob more towards Michelle's side, because as you said, they felt like the smash they could defend a little bit better coming from Michelle, whereas the Vibra coming from a little bit deeper, they could defend better off of Rensha. And that tactic.
Because Rensha doesn't really hit
them.
a Vibra into that corner. She's like a flatter Bandeka. And Manet backs herself to defend those more than Michelle. Michelle reverses that Vibra back to Rensha. She really, back to Manet. She really struggles.
And again, that Vibra with that lefty spin is just so difficult.
Such a clear tactic. They executed it well. I mean, Michelle Rensha still played very well. There's only 2 points in it. Very keen to see the first mix couple.
Yeah, and again, as you say, only 2 points in it. Everything to play for still. Guys, this is Tiebreak 10s finals. 270,000 Rand up for grabs for the winner of this fixture right in front of us. We currently have the first mixed game coming up with the final. Debbie and Tremaine here on the near side, and on the far side we have Michelle and Luan. Just a little, got the privilege of having a quick chat with Luan, and one of the questions I asked him is, does he feel the risk of rushing the net is worth it? And his answer to me was, for him, in this format, momentum is everything. And Siobhan, how much emphasis have we put on momentum the whole day? So his reckoning is that momentum is everything. If he's able to get 1-2 points early in the match, he can carry that momentum through with him, and we're going to see that right now.
Look, the other thing is when he charges, the point's either won or lost within the next 2 shots. And if he backs himself to win that 50-50,
yes,
or sometimes not necessarily 50-50, but if he backs himself to rush the point, it also doesn't give the other team a chance to settle. But in terms of the momentum, it is. We've seen 2 double faults change the whole course of the match.
Correct. We've got probably the best player down in Cape Town at the moment, Luan on the one side of the court, and one of the best players up in Joburg, Tremaine, with 2 of probably the best ladies in the country, undoubtedly, going up against each other. Siobhan, I think this is going to be an absolutely ridiculous matchup, no question about it.
It's going to be very interesting to see what the tactic is here, because Debbie's really good with those handsy, fast-paced exchanges, but so is Michelle.
Exactly what I was about to say.
If it's overhead to overhead, Debbie's switch to Luan's not going to work, because Luan changes. Luan backs himself to cover that line just because of his raw speed.
Yes.
And Luan's counter-attack's really good, so if Debbie gives him any height or any slow pace, Luan can capitalize very aggressively, but Tremaine has that threat of reversing his Vibra, and he's actually practicing it now. Michelle can see what she's going to be up against. Tremaine can change that speed up so well in his Vibora, and he has that threat of that massive flat smash.
And Tremaine gets a lot of spin on that Vibra, and is technically so correct.
Yeah. Well trained by former world number 1 Willie Lahoz.
Yeah. I think we're up for a good match here. Tremaine's also not one to back down from a little bit of movement. He gets around the court really well.
Yeah, Tremaine's very fast.
So definitely,
it's going to be small margins, as in that first match when it's all top players in this format. It's tended to always gravitate towards. Let's say they've swapped at 6-all almost every time.
Yeah. And that's what we want to see. That's what we're here for.
Still haven't had a 2020 golden point though.
Guys, if you're on court and you're listening, let's see it. Give the fans what they want to see. And we're underway.
The ladies going at each other there. Interesting. obviously the lobs are going to go to Michelle again because this is a mixed game. But what's going to be even more interesting to see if Michelle decides to test Tremaine down that line, because she is left-handed. That is the small bit of advantage that she has. She can reverse it to Tremaine
And still put him under pressure because
and
of that
still put
spin.
it under pressure because of the spin. Exactly.
Beautiful Chiquita
Debbie
there.
going down the line to Luan doesn't have that same effect because
Yes.
her ball's going to be much flatter. That's exactly what I was talking about. It's not just on the overhead, just the normal drives. Michelle can reverse that to Jermaine so much easier. All she has to do is hit that forehand slightly in front of her, like she did there, and now she finds that angle naturally.
Yes. And we're back on serve. Michelle to serve.
Luan, oh, I'm surprised Luan didn't run for that. I think he
Yeah,
committed too hard to that previous one.
Yes. Very well disguised there. Backing off from Tremaine. And who else to get there other than Luan?
Luan's there. Luan's there. Luan's there. I don't think Michelle should have driven there. I think one more lob just and then reset.
Yes.
Lob, baby, reset.
I also want to say that Michelle has almost never found herself on that side of the court.
That bounce would be unfamiliar.
Playing that forehand there before the side glass must have been quite an awkward feeling.
Just in from Jermaine, inch perfect. Really can't blame Michelle for anything there.
Clinical.
That was an unbelievably devastating volley.
And Project 10s goes 5-1 up on the turn. What movie are we seeing here this time, Siobhan? Is it going to be a comeback story or is it going to be a runaway?
I think it's going to be a comeback story. I don't think Luan and Michelle have ever had a match where the other team has run away with it.
And at the end of the day, that's
There's a
what
lot
we
of
go
Michelle
for,
van
right?
Staden supporters in the crowd today. It's a tough one to come forward and block because
Very
it's
tough.
As soon as it went on a forehand side, I was like, oof, it's going to be a tough block.
I think she almost needs to stay back there completely, wait for it and play it.
Because
before
Debbie, again,
hard
doesn't put a
drive
lot of
before
spin on the
glass.
ball, so it's always going to come quite quicker, a
Yes.
little bit quicker. Ooh, why did Debbie hit that? Oh, Luan, that's the one he wanted! That's the one Luan wanted!
That's exactly what he was working for.
He did everything he wanted. Uncharacteristic mistake from Luan there.
Beautiful lob there from Tremaine.
That's exactly what you spoke about earlier. That's the reverse Vibra. Too much depth, too much precision.
8-1.
Luan actually trying to run forward for that, as though he could have got there. Unbelievable result. This is going to change the whole texture of the tie. They
Completely
need
changed the
points. They need
dynamic.
points. It's not even about the win now. They need
Yes.
points.
Absolutely.
Michelle needs to
vital next
return
3-4
this. She
points.
has to return this next serve.
That going just wide from Tremaine.
Wow.
Absolutely clinical show there from Tremaine and Debbie. Not
Yeah,
giving
too strong.
Luan any chance
Yeah.
or Michelle any chance to get into this match.
You know, I wonder if Michelle is still thinking about that previous match in a way. She had so many opportunities to win that previous one. It's easy to like not be able to reset mentally.
And suddenly the pressure is really on.
Rensha and Chris.
This is going to be...
Not only do they have to win it, they have to win it with a big margin.
I do not think that Aiden's ability to play that down the line Vibra is going to be as...
Because Chris will block it on his backhand.
I think it will not be as effective here as it has been previously in the mixed games.
If you Chris and Marne, you don't even need to think about the win. You think about each point.
Yes.
As long as the gap, even if you lose, if the gap's 2 points after this match, the guys have so much to do in the other team.
Yes. They have to win 10-1, which is, I don't want to say impossible, but just about...
It's too much pressure.
Yeah.
It's too much pressure.
To not make a single unforced error for 11 points straight is difficult. Especially playing against...
some of the best players in the country.
Yes, and experienced playing partners, Tremaine and
Yeah.
Aiden.
And you know what's the surprising, because Michelle van Staden, one of the standout players of the entire tournament from the regionals.
I mean that sincerely.
Just, I think what Debbie and...
It was momentum. They couldn't break their momentum.
Debbie and Tremaine just...
They also didn't, they made one mistake in 11 points.
They got that momentum and they rode it, eh? They rode it. Put themselves right back on a train to Joburg with all their momentum.
I'm sure anyone watching, I think even if you're a Project 10 supporter, you don't want this to be going into a dead rubber. You want it to come down to the guys.
100%, Siobhan, I completely agree with you. We're all here for the spectacle at the end of the day. I think Aiden and Monet should just take one for the team here, take the loss 10-1 and put us down to a final decider between the guys.
Aiden touched the net.
Aiden, earlier we saw him able to completely stay away from the net.
Apparently.
Allegedly. Now, unfortunately, touching. And that's love one.
What a block. Oh, what a shot from Rensha. Rensha!
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous. This is why she's one of the best ladies in the whole country. Counter-attack, defense, and attack. What a start. This is the start they wanted. This is the start the crowd wanted.
Let's see if
Royal Flush coming back hard. Double mini break.
Rensha to serve at 3 love.
Devastating cross. Cannot hit in the middle against Chris.
Brilliant volley down the middle.
Hit in the middle against Chris. What a start. This is the momentum, Nick. This is what happened in the last match. This is what happened in the last match. Is it another 10-1 though?
Time will tell. I think what makes Rensha and Chris so difficult to play is when Aiden and Monet are under pressure, they can't give the easy lob to Rensha's side because she is so devastating with that smash.
And Aiden doesn't have that reverse one, as we said. Oh, misses it. And they swap it 6-0. Nick, what is happening?
What are we watching here? I think
Aiden looks so debilitated not being able to hit the reverse Viboro to the left.
yes. Because he knows Chris will just block it straight down his line and he won't be able to get there in time.
Is Aiden's technique of hitting it high and early just hurting him here? Because he can't put the ball in Wrench's corner.
Brilliant volley there from
Brilliant
Monet.
volley. Just opened up her body so nicely there without breaking her wrist too much.
And we had 6-1.
Chris's serve. We've seen so many lefty serves die against that middle glass. Do you think he's going to go middle? No, goes to the glass.
Very well played. From
Very
Monet.
good from Madne.
Tough.
Such
Tough
a
for
good
Wrencher to
control
deal
over
with.
those overheads, just sticking in Wrencher's corner.
Yes.
Wrencher actually had no chance of getting to the net.
Yes. Even
She
after
actually
a really
tried
good
to,
lob.
force it there. Monet still made it play up. Oh, it is going your way, it's going your way.
100%. That puts us at 7-2. Wrencher and Chris will desperately be looking for these next 3 points.
They
just
need
to
these
give them
next 3 points.
They need a chance into the last game.
Chris is there. Chris is there. Oh, I was
Absolutely ridiculous from Wrencher and Chris. Being able to hold on to that
That
momentum.
smash just going into the corner.
That first serve just wide
And
from Aiden.
Luan on the sidelines' mood has completely changed. Now he thinks he has a much better chance if they can win this 10-2.
Aiden opting for the Vibra cross court.
That was better depth.
Yes.
That was much better depth.
Almost forced Wrencher to go for the block and not play off the glass. 8-3. It's Wrencher to serve. Absolutely clinical volley there from Chris.
Gone
Down
in the middle, like I said.
Didn't even hit the glass. Almost had to force Monet to come and cover Aiden there.
So Nick, give us the maths. If they win this point, 10-3.
They have to win the last game by 4. Absolutely.
Well done. Well done.
Ridiculous.
Wrencher not only redeeming herself, but absolutely being the star of the show in that match. Chris clinical on the cross, but Wrencher not only rock solid in defense, she attacked with unreal precision.
And intent.
Left side to left side against Aiden, brilliant. That's the best I've seen Wrencher play. Near perfect.
And this is what the fans want to see, Siobhan. We asked for it, we got it.
I didn't expect that.
Me neither.
I didn't expect
I
that.
don't think anyone did.
But look at the tactical difference. Just because Chris being there and being able to block Aiden's reverse shot on his backhand.
Yes.
But I still think Aiden should have gone for it. It's his best shot. It's been his best shot the entire day. The fact that Aiden had to start going cross court, Wrencher dealt with that so well.
Okay, Siobhan, we got Luan there. Get
What
ready
an
to serve.
amazing situation we're in now.
So, just to confirm.
The first changeover is going to be huge, whatever the score is on that first changeover. That's not how you want to start. Aiden, just coming back from the loss, I actually think he should have taken a warm-up. Just mentally reset.
Yes.
I don't recommend that he just starts. Ooh, Luan. So unnecessary for Luan to volley from there, though.
Yes.
Time to focus. Great burst from Chris. I don't blame Tremaine for taking that out there because that would have bounced and not reached the glass. It would have reversed bounce back.
And made it really tough.
That's the cross. The Luan cricket cross! That is it!
Absolutely clinical there from Luan.
Petition to trademark the cricket cross.
And that's 3-1.
That's gone. That's gone. Unbelievable momentum shift in the sky. After that first mixed match. Did they take their foot off the pedal? Did they think the pressure was off? Can Tremaine reset? Can Tremaine reset?
Absolutely ridiculous.
That
John,
middle,
what are we
that
watching here?
against Luan and Chris, that middle is a no-go zone. You cannot hit in the middle against them.
Absolutely
If Chris
insane.
didn't hit it, Luan would have won the point. He's needing 5 points. Just distracting them. Should they just be focusing on winning the match? Just playing it normally. Not thinking about the score.
Absolutely brilliant.
That kind of resets. It kind of resets the nerves.
That just pinpoint accuracy right on the
Are
glass.
they halfway to tying? Both teams fighting for every point here. Emotions
getting
are
nervous
high.
sitting here.
I am. My legs shaking. My hands are shaking.
Mike can't be shaking. Continue to commentate. Oh, every little mistake.
Luan's gonna go for this. Goes.
Aiden was there. Just couldn't get to it.
Felt like 2 minutes while the ball is in the air. Tense. Chris. Luan. Chris Westhoff! Clinical shot selection!
Absolutely world class.
When it's going your way! It's going your way!
What?
I'm out here.
Final.
I'm out here losing my voice. After that second mixed match, if you told me this was going to be the situation, I would have laughed. The momentum was so much on one team, now it's so much on the other team. Tie-break 10s, championship point.
In South Africa. Ever served for 270,000 Rand?
Chris can say he did! Chris can say he did!
Let that be written in
That is the
history
comeback of the decade! That is one night in Istanbul!
South African paddle hasn't seen anything
That
like
is
it, guys.
Andre Pollard going towards the sticks.
Guys, what
did we just see?
Comeback story of the century.
Is Chris Westhoff the best player in South Africa? Because he just doesn't lose.
What in this world did we just watch?
Petition, is Chris Westhoff the best player in South Africa? Because he just can't lose. We can't beat him. No one can beat him.
John, ice in his veins. Pinpoint first serve, volley, absolutely.
Luan Krikke is sticking to what he knows best, crossing when he needs to cross, increasing the pace, defending perfectly. But credit to Renscher. In that second mixed doubles match, the tie could have been over, Nick. Just a few more points from the other team, the tie was over. Renscher was absolutely rock solid.
Clinical.
She changed the whole dynamic, and Chris obviously being on that side, finished when he had to finish, cross when he had to cross, smash when he had to cross. But how rock solid was Renscher on that left, playing 90% of the shots in that match.
Absolutely insane. I think just the whole build-up of that final is exactly what Tiebreak 10s is about. Again, we want to say thank you to the sponsors, Tiebreak 10s, for bringing what an amazing tournament.
That was the
to South
final.
Africa.
That was the final. It wasn't necessarily close matches other than that first match, but that tie was an absolute nail-biter.
That is exactly what we are here for. That is what this format brings that no other format will ever bring. And to Aiden, Tremaine, Debbie, Monet, unlucky guys.
It
not
could
like
have
they
not
did
just
anything
gone
wrong.
both ways. It was going completely one way, then completely the other way.
And it just went the one way and the other way at the wrong time for Aiden and Tremaine, and at the right time for Luan and Chris. So, unlucky Aiden, Tremaine, you guys gave it your all. Luan, Chris, congrats. What a performance, what a win. And the locals from Cape Town say, you don't come to my house and take my money. Go back to the north.
Cape Town showing what they are made of.
Siobhan, what a day.
Aaron, if you're still listening, I think Chris deserves all your money. Let's be honest here. Chris Westhoff deserves all your money. I do not think Chris would be happy sharing 1 cent after a performance like that.
That was really a 270,000 rand serve.
Yeah.
Siobhan, just how was that?
That was nail biting. It's exactly the energy Tiebreak 10s brings to the sport of paddle. I think it's so well suited to paddle as well, because if you can imagine a sport like any other sport where one team has such a big advantage, what other sport can you come back like this?
Well, Tiebreak 10s, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's what we're here for. I want to go quickly find out if we can see to get 1 or 2 interviews for you guys from the players. Not sure what's going through Aiden and Tremaine's heads at this point in time. I can imagine they can't be happy with themselves, but that's sports at the end of the day, right, Siobhan? It happens.
Yeah, there had to be a winner or a loser no matter what.
It happens.
But to lose from that position. I mean, I've been there. I've been in that situation, both from tennis and in paddle. It took a lot of hugs from my wife to make me forget.
It happened.
Okay, everyone, just want to say just a few quick words before class begins the ceremony. I just would like to say a big thank you to the Virgin Active Paddle Club team that's arranged this event. Randall, the massive amounts of work that went into coordinating the regional competitions in Joburg, Pretoria, Cape Town and Durban. And then obviously the finals here. Thank you so much to everyone and the EPICENTRE staff who did such an amazing job in putting this whole thing together. Also thank you to the Tiebreak 10s team for all your support and being part of this amazing adventure. You know, obviously it was a risk to try and translate this whole concept into paddle, and I think it's worked out amazingly. I think it's translated well. That final was incredible. So thank you for the Tiebreak team for trusting us to deliver for your brand. And then thank you to all the players who made it into the finals, as well as those who played the originals. You guys did quite an incredible paddle. It was honestly a privilege to watch you play. And then of course, well done to Royal Flush for taking the win today and the 270,000 Rand first prize. And lastly, obviously, thanks everyone for coming out to watch. It's amazing to see so many spectators and the interest in paddle. And I think I'm super excited about the future of this competition. This is our first year, and we're going to come back bigger and better next year. So I can't wait to see you all. I'm sure you're all enjoying it. I'm going to hand over to Randall to do the prize. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellen. Give a round of applause, Ellen. The founder of Virgin Active Paddle Club. So before we jump into the teams and the positions that entered, I want to call on the unsung heroes of the day. The guys that stood outside the courts for 6 hours. Jody, Robin, Diane, Tristan, Mika, and Dylan. These guys umpired the whole day. They stood outside the courts, had to stay switched on all the time. They are definitely the unsung heroes of an event like this. Guys, thank you so much for being part of it. It's given you So we're going to jump into the places. In 8th place, winning 12,000 Rand for your team, is Team Courtside Crusaders. Can you guys come up, please? Can I get a good chance? Courtside Crusaders all the way from Durban. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Give them a round of applause again. Okay, then in 7th place, and walking home with 13,000 Rand, we have Team Jaeger Masters. Can you guys come up, please? Hey.